Hello, good morning to everyone. Sir Idroy, naririnig niyo ba ako? Is my audio okay?
Loud and clear, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
There are ways to get there. nature so blessed and so dear. Protect its beauty and splendor, don't let that disappear. Preserve our animals and plants and humankind as well, so that our future generations can have a story to tell. Protect us from evil and spread the word of good, of peace, love, justice, virtue, and brotherhood. Cause we only have one earth and we can't waste our motherland, so let's move as one force. I think it's time to take a stand. We could fly so high and let our spirits never die. In my heart, I feel you are all my brothers. Create a world with no fear. Together we'll cry happy tears. Watch the nations turn their swords into plowshares. We could really get there if we cared enough for the living. Take a little space to make a better place. Build the world, make it a better place for you and for me. The time we made people dying, living enough for living. Make a better place for you and for me. Build the world, make it a better place. Oh, you and for me, and in time human race. Eat what I eat, if we get enough for the living. Make a better place for you and for me.
Hey guys, that was Michael Jackson's Heal the World for you. If you like this song, subscribe to our channel, share, like,
See the world through my eyes. It changes shape and it changes size. It's not quite the world you see. If you could find a way to look around inside my mind, maybe you would understand me. I'm not blind, but I can always see. I'm not deaf, but things can sound strange to me. I'm not trapped, but it's hard to feel free. Imagine what it's like to be me. Imagine what it's like to be me. It's hard for me to try to think things through or talk like you. Everything can be a blur sometimes, but if you walk along beside me, hold my hand and guide
webinar.
Hard to feel free. Imagine what it's like to be me. Imagine what it's like to be me. Dreaming of my future, and it's brighter than you know. I'll get there on a different road when I am ready to go. I don't need pity, I don't need tears. I just need someone to help me understand my fears. Tell me you believe in me, let me know that I'm okay. Help me feel safe in the world, and I will find my way. 'Cause I'm not blind, but I can always see. I'm not deaf, but things can sound strange to me. I'm not trapped, but it's hard to feel free. Imagine what it's like to be me. Imagine what it's like. Imagine seeing the world through my eyes.
We're all different, you and me. That's what we call diversity. Every life is like a brand new song. It starts out with a melody, and like the branches of a tree, grows and grows throughout your whole life long. Change will come for better or worse, and so you add another verse. Sing it loud and sing it strong. Everyone belongs where they can sing their song and live in harmony with neighbors, friends, and family. Everyone belongs where they can sing their song and live in harmony with neighbors, friends, and family. It's not just about the clothes we wear or how we look, the color of our skin, the kind of food we cook. There's more to you and me than just what meets the eye. There's all the different feelings.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our webinar on inclusive education.
Good morning, Sir Eman.
Good morning, Ma'am Nancy, and good morning to all our participants. So far, ma'am, we have 41 participants na nakalogin na po sa ating pong Zoom platform. Thank you
So
very
we are-
much.
So we are expecting 300.
Yes, ma'am. So, jump pack pala tayo today. So, sa mga nakalogin na po, ayan po, let's just wait for others to log in para po sa ating 3-day seminar on inclusive education. Thank you and good morning.
That we have inside. Everyone is different in so many ways. Wouldn't it be boring if we were all the same? Celebrate your culture, your family history, and when we're all together, celebrate diversity. Everyone belongs where they can sing their song and live in harmony with neighbors, friends, and family. Everyone belongs where they can sing
Recording in progress.
Throughout your whole life long, change will come for better or worse, and so you add another verse. Sing it loud and sing it strong. Everyone belongs where they can sing their song and live in harmony with neighbors, friends, and family. Everyone belongs where they can sing their song and live in harmony with neighbors, friends, and family. Everyone is different in so many ways. Wouldn't it be boring if we were all the same? Celebrate your culture, your family history, and when we're all together, celebrate diversity.
do it all over again. Use your mind to be kind, be smart, use your heart, intent to be a friend. Kindness never ends. Even if someone asks me to meet, kindness is my guide on how to be. I can use words that are encouraging and pick someone up who is in need. Use your mind to be kind, be smart, like thanks and please. And be kind to the animals, plants, and trees. Use your mind to be kind, be smart, use your heart. Intent to be a friend, then do it all over again. Use your mind to be kind, be smart, use your heart. Intent to be a friend, kindness never ends. Treat others how you wanna be treated, and your kindness can be repeated. In a world where you can be many things, be kind. A message from your friends and wine. Use your mind to be kind, be smart, use your heart. Intent to be a friend, then do it all over again. Use your mind to be kind, be smart, use your heart. Intent to be a friend, kindness never ends. Use your mind to be kind, be smart, use your heart. Intent to be a friend, then do it all over again. Use your mind to be kind, be smart, use your heart. Intent to be a friend, kindness never ends. Intent to be a friend, kindness never ends.
Like the sea meets every shore, not an if, but it's a when. From beginning to the end, I am fire in the rain. I've been through it all before, and I'd go through it again. Feel me burning from within, 'cause I am fire in the rain.
On a race so we can motivate this generation of our people to the center stage.
Undivided, we are one. When it's said and done, just try and become a better man, a better son. No shadows if you face the sun.
You could try to run, but it's only that far. Fall in the sky if you aim for the stars. Out of this world, feel like we hit the ceiling, breathing like we living up on Mars.
Never the same, people gonna change, shivering in pain.
Remember to dance like nobody's ever really watching you. They can't see your tears fall in the rain. Nobody can see a teardrop in the rain.
Like the sea meets every shore, not an if, but it's a when. From beginning to the end, I am fire in.
Right, once again, good morning to all participants. We would like to request to please rename po yung pong ating pong naka-register na name sa Zoom. Pakilagyan po ng inyo pong division or region po. Once again, kindly rename po for region or division po sa ating pong platform. Thank you very much and good morning.
The rain. I've been through it all before, and I'd go through it again. Feel me burning from within, 'cause I am fire in the rain.
Nothing to lose, just give it all. Ain't nothing wrong with you taking the fall. If you feel twice, then get up on the third and make sure that you come back on and standing tall. Some days you just gotta try.
Okay, again, reminder po muli sa ating po mga participants, kindly include your school name, division, and region po. Once again, kindly include po sa inyo pong, paki-rename po ang ating pong mga pangalan po sa ating Zoom platform. Kindly include your school name, then division, then region, because may mga invited participants din po tayo from other divisions, and we would like to welcome them to our 3-day seminar on inclusive education. Once again, good morning and relax for a moment. Thank you.
try. Take a leap of faith, you might even fly. Ain't nobody can stop you, and the only limit that you got up here is the sky.
Asking why, looking for signs. Since you the end of time, lost, can't seem to find a peace of mind.
Here's a peace of mind. Ever thought about the strength you possess? Life throws you obstacles to test you, just only so that you could bring out your best. I gotta confess,
Like the sea meets every shore. Not an if, but it's a when.
until the
From
end now.
beginning to the end, I am fire in the rain.
Let it burn
I've been
now.
through it all before, and I'd go through it again.
I can't
Feel
stop
me
now.
burning from within. 'Cause I am fire in the rain. 'Cause I am fire in the rain.
Undivided, we are one. When it's said and done, just try and become a better man, a better son. No shadows if you face the sun. Never the same, people gon' change. Even in pain, remember the days like nobody's ever really watching you. Watch the fire burning in the rain.
Like
Come
the
on.
sea meets every shore. Not an if, but it's a when.
Till the end now.
Beginning to the end, I am fire in the rain.
I can't stop
I've
now.
been through it all before, and I'd go through it again. Feel me burning from within, 'cause I am fire in the rain. Feel me burning from within, 'cause I am fire in the rain.
Let me burn now.
My eyes are blue, my eyes are green, my eyes are brown, they're part of me. I speak English, I speak Urdu, I speak in Yoruba. How about you? We're all amazing, all these parts of me. We're all amazing, all these parts of you. We are different, each of us. It's what makes us precious. So love yourself. We're all amazing. My hair is short, my hair is straight, my hair is curly. It's really great. Sometimes I'm quiet, sometimes I shout, sometimes I'm giggly. There is no doubt that we're all amazing. All these parts of
Ayan, nakikita po natin, naka-flash po sa ating screen. Yung pong sample ng renaming. Opo, sa ating pong mga name po sa platform natin sa Zoom. We have the reason, the division, the school, and your name. So example po natin is NCR-Manila-C Gomez and Joy. So yan po ang ating pong sample in renaming po. Thank you very much and good morning once again. Alright, would like to say thank you sa mga nag-rename na po. Ito nakikita po natin. We have Villamor High School, Arroyo. We have ML Quezon High School. Ayan, maraming salamat po. We have Lacson Elementary School. Thank you po for renaming. Maraming salamat po. We have Claro M. Recto, Emilio Jacinto Elementary School. I think Eulogio Amang Rodriguez Institute of Science and Technology, Vocational High School. Maraming salamat po. FG Calderon. Thank you very much. Pirino. Ayan, maraming salamat po. Once again, participants, kindly rename po for our identification po. Thank you very much and good morning. Ayan, we also have Rojas High School, P. Alonzo, maraming salamat po. JP Rizal, Ligarda Elementary School, M. Hizon, Ponce, Jeronimo, Abad Santos, Isabel de los Reyes, Perfecto. Ayan, thank you very much po sa pagre-rename po sa atin pong name sa platform po natin. Thank you and good morning once again. Relax for a moment. Alright, good morning once again to all participants. We would like to request also our participants po na pakisagutan po yung ating pong Mentimeter. As you can see po, naka-flash po sa ating screen yung mga steps. Ayan, so we have step 1. Please go to the website www.menti.com, and then step 2, enter the code 97297841. So may sasagutan po tayo dyan about our knowledge on what is inclusive education. So once again, pakisagutan po lang natin yung nasa Mentimeter po natin. So please proceed to www.menti.com and use code 97297841. Thank you very much and good morning once again. Ayan, punta po tayo sa Mentimeter www.menti.com. Yan po ang ating Mentimeter at may questions po tayo dun sasagutan about our prior knowledge on inclusive education. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to Dr. Maria Vive, President of Kaisipan A. She's here right now.
Good morning, Amsi.
Welcome po, ma'am.
Glad to be here.
It's an honor for us to be with you today, ma'am.
My honor.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the support and love.
Basta Pilipinas.
Yes, ma'am. And we are celebrating our buwan ng wika today. Kaya magsasalita rin tayo ng ano.
Kaya pa natin yan.
Muli sa magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Ngayon nga pala nag-celebrate tayo ng buwan ng wika. Kaya dalawang lengguwahe ang ating gagamitin. Pwedeng English and pwedeng Filipino po. Muli po sa mga bagong pasok nating participants, paka-rename lang po yung pong ating name naka-flash sa ating pong Zoom platform. So naka-flash po sa ating screen, region-division- your school name and then your name po. So once again, region-division- your school name and then your name po as our participant. Maraming salamat po. Once again, we would like to welcome everyone. And of course, at this point, we would like to welcome the President of Kaisipan Incorporated, Ma'am Maria Bebe, Dr. Maria Bebe. Thank you very much po, ma'am, for being with us this morning. So maya-maya po, of course, ang ating po mga DepEd officials will also be joining us for today sa ating pong opening ceremony. At napakaganda po ng mga topic natin for today until the last day on Thursday. Kaya po walang bibitaw. So kung nag-start na po tayong umattend today, make sure po matapos po natin until Thursday dahil napaka-importante po ng mga topics na i-discuss po sa atin on inclusive education. So far, we have 155 participants and we're expecting 300 sa ating pong platform. At doon po sa mga hindi nakapasok ay may platform po tayong YouTube at mapapanood po nila ang nangyayari po natin na seminar or webinar today until Thursday. Once again, good morning to everyone.
I would also like to acknowledge the presence of our district supervisors. Welcome to our webinar on inclusive education. Despite their busy schedule sa kasabay-sabay na na webinar, they're here to support us and to be with us.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Amity. Once again, welcome po sa ating mga supervisors. Maraming salamat po for joining us today po sa ating pong webinar. And of course, ang ating pong mga DepEd Manila officials. was headed by our very own school's Division Superintendent, Dr. Maria Magdalena M. Lim, sa ating mga speakers, and of course, to our participants, narito man sa Zoom platform at nanunood sa YouTube, maraming salamat po. Ngayon pala, congratulations na po sa Division of Manila for spearheading this program webinar on inclusive education.
Good morning to our Chief of CID, Ma'am Aida Rondilla. Good morning po.
Morning.
We are still waiting for our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maria Magdalena M. Lim and Dr. Cynthia L. Ailes.
diversity. Every life is like a brand new song. It starts out with a melody, and like the branches of a tree, grows and grows throughout your whole life long.
Good morning, everyone.
Change will come for better or worse, and so you
We are still waiting for our
another
Schools Division Superintendent and ASDS. Sir Idroy, yung meeting ID daw, pa-request nga si Ma'am Cynthia Ailes.
Sing it loud and sing it strong. Everyone belongs when they can sing their song and live in harmony with neighbors, friends, and family. Everyone belongs when they can sing their song and live in harmony with neighbors, friends, and family. Everyone is different in so many ways. Wouldn't it be boring if we were all the same? Celebrate your culture, your family history, and when we're all together, celebrate diversity.
Good morning, everyone.
Intent to be a friend, kindness never ends. and your kindness can be repeated. In a world where you can be many things, be kind. A message from your friends and wise. Use your mind to be kind. Be smart. Use your heart. Intend to be a friend. Then do it all over again. Use your mind to be kind. Be smart. Use your heart. Intend to be a friend. Kindness never ends. Use your mind to be kind. Be smart. Use your heart. Intend to be a friend. Then do it all over again. Use your mind to be kind. Be smart. Use your heart. Intend to be a friend. Kindness never ends. Intend to be a friend. Kindness never ends.
Like the sea meets every shore, not an if, but it's a when. From beginning to the end, I am fire in the rain. I've been through it all before, and I'd go through it again. Feel me burning from within, 'cause I am fire in the rain.
On a race so we can motivate this generation of our people to the center stage.
Undivided, we are one. When it's said and done, just try and become a better man, a better son. No shadows if you face the sun.
You could try to run, but it's only that far. Fall in the sky if you aim for the stars. Out of this world, feel like we hit the ceiling, breathing like we living up on Mars.
Never the same, people gonna change, shivering in pain.
Remember to dance like nobody's ever really watching you. They can't see your tears fall in the rain. Nobody can see a teardrop in the rain.
Like the sea meets every shore, not an if, but it's a when. From beginning to the end, I am fire in the rain. I've been through it all before, and I'd go through it again. Feel me burning from within, 'cause I am fire in the rain.
Nothing to lose, just give it all. Ain't nothing wrong with you taking the fall. If you feel trust, then get up on the third and make sure that you come back on and standing tall. Some days you just gotta try, take a leap of faith, you might even fly. Ain't nobody can stop you, and the only limit that you got up here is the sky.
Asking why, looking for signs.
Good morning. We are about to start our program. We're just waiting for our DepEd officials to come in.
Good morning to everyone. Once again, we would like to request our participants to please log in to our Mentimeter. Please proceed to www.menti.com and enter the code 97297841. At may question po kayong sasagutan doon, what is your idea on inclusive education? So once again, please proceed to Mentimeter. And also, we would like to request all participants po to please rename. Yung po naka-flash sa ating pong platform na Zoom. We have the region, division, your school name, and your name. Thank you very much and good morning.
We would like to acknowledge the presence of our beautiful ASDS, Dr. Cynthia Ailes. Good morning po.
Good morning, Mom. Good morning, everyone.
So we are just waiting for Dr. Lim to come in. Paki-accept Sir Idroy.
I'm Ian.
Welcome, Dr. Maria Magdalena M. Lim, our very hardworking Schools Division Superintendent. Magandang umaga po, ma'am. We're already 250, so Sir Eman will start our program now.
Thank you, Ma'am Amsi. All right, once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, to our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maria Magdalena M. Lim, to all our ASDSS, to our chief, supervisors, teachers, and all the participants of the training, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The right to education for all means including in all education systems, irrespective of gender, origin, economic status, language, or disability. Inclusive education, on the other hand, means that all students attend and are welcomed by their neighborhood schools in age-appropriate, regular classes and are supported to learn, contribute, and participate in all aspects of the life of the school. Sabi nga po ng ating Department of Education, no students left behind. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 3-day webinar on inclusive education for grades 2 and 8 teachers for this day until Thursday. This is headed by the Department of Education, Division of Manila. To start with, may I request everyone to sing our Philippine national anthem to be conducted by Sir Agapito Abuda of Rizal Elementary School.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
I'm forgiven because you are forsaken. I'm accepted, you are content. I'm alive and well, your spirit is within me because you died and rose again. I'm forgiven because you were forsaken. I'm accepted. Amazing love, how can it be that you, my king, would die for me? Amazing love, I know it's true, and it's my joy to honor you in all I do. I honor you. I'm forgiven because you were forsaken. I'm accepted, you were content. I'm alive and well, your spirit is within me, because you died and rose again. Amazing love, how can it be that you, my king, would die for me? Amazing love, I know it's true, and it's my joy to honor you in all I do. I honor you. Jesus, you are my king. Jesus, you are my king. Oh, amazing love, how can it be that you, my king, would die for me? Amazing love, I know it's true, and it's my joy to honor you. Amazing love, how can it be that you, my king, would die for me? Amazing love, I know it's true, and it's my joy to honor you in all I do. I honor you. I honor you.
Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Agapito Abuda of Rizal Elementary School for the national anthem, and also to Ma'am Rochelle Roche of Manila High School for the doxology. Once again, good morning to all of us. Good morning to all the division officials of our DepEd Manila. At sa ating pong lahat, maraming salamat po for attending this webinar on inclusive education for grades 2 and 8 teachers for the Division of Manila. And we have lots of participants from different regions and divisions. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our training team for today until Thursday, let me call in our education program supervisor for special education and kindergarten. Please welcome Ma'am Amsi M. Esteban.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our webinar on inclusive education for grade 2 and grade 8 receiving teachers. Today, we are so blessed because we have with us today our deputy officials headed by Maria Magdalena M. Lim, CESA 5, our Schools Division Superintendent, and Dr. Cynthia L. Ailes, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent. We also have with us another ASDS from SGOD, Ma'am Melody Cruz, and of course our chief, Ma'am Aida H. Rondelia for the Curriculum Implementation Division. Let me introduce to you our DepEd Manila resource speakers. Of course, let's start with our EPS for Values Education and Guidance and Counseling, Dr. Lucita Ehener. We also have with us our district supervisors, public schools district supervisors, Dr. Chofilo R. Norombamba, Dr. Lorna V. Candelario, Ms. Maricel A. Basa, PSDS, Dr. Joy Ancheta, PSDS, and we also have our Master Teacher 1, Leia Galvez from M. Hizon Elementary School, SPET 1 teacher, Rochelle M. Groche, the one who sang earlier, from Manila High School. She is handling learners with hearing impairment. And we also have with us Sir Idroy Dolorosa, our IT expert and our teacher, SPED teacher from P. Gomez Elementary School. We also have with us Emmanuel V. Sales, your Master of Ceremony from Moises Salvador Elementary School, and Ma'am Ria Sereno from Dr. Albert Elementary School, Crisel B. De Leon from R. Palma Elementary School, Abigail C. Santiago from Santa Ana Elementary School, and Sir Agapito Abuda from J. Rizal Elementary School, who led the Philippine National Anthem with his sign language interpretation. And we also have Ms. Sheena Ann Capistrano from P. Gomez Elementary School. And of course, we have with us a teacher who is very talented, yet she cannot see very well. She is partially blind, Ma'am Irish Ayesa and Mendez from J. Rizal Elementary School, and of course, from Aurora Quezon Elementary School, we also have Johan Laika G. Iko. And we are so blessed also to have with us internationally esteemed resource speakers and speakers who are high caliber. We are so blessed. It is my distinct honor to introduce to you the Dalub Guru from Kaisipan Inc., headed by their president, Dr. Maria Bibe, who is also our partner. And of course, we will have later Dr. Mari Limondehar, CEO and founder of Filipina Women's Network, Dr. Maria T. Luwalhati, CEO, Beyond Medical Hub for tomorrow. For today, we also have Sandra S. Montano, chairperson of the Philippine Commission on Women. And we have Maria Bianca Jasmine Anglo, projects coordinator, Kaisipan Inc., and Nina Maria B. Estudillo, an independent consultant, and also Ma'am Hani Don G. Gubuan, principal of James Lick High School from California, USA. Actually, they are all, some of them are based on USA, so we have international speakers with us today. We are so blessed. Thank you so much for being our strong partner and for your love and support for DepEd Manila and for the Filipino people. Thank you, Sir Eman.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Amsi, our education program supervisor of the DepEd Manila, in charge for special education and kindergarten, the focal person for this training. Maraming salamat po, ma'am. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, to formally welcome us all to this very significant moment for the Division of Manila and for the teachers of grade 2 and grade 8, receiving teachers of grades 2 and 8, Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Cynthia L. Ailes.
Good morning, everyone. Am my audio clear now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear po, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you,
Sir, to Sir Sales, thank you so much. Of course, to the one who sang our prayer a while ago, Ma'am Rochelle Roche, for her golden voice offered to God to lead us into His presence. So to our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maria Magdalena M. Lim, SESO 5, to my co-ASDSS, Ma'am Melody Cruz, Sir Pedro Araw, Attorney Antonio Kasangkapan, our CID Chief, Ma'am Aida Rondilia, our education program supervisors, our public schools district supervisors, our distinguished experts, speakers, our strong partners, the TWG, our receiving teachers, participants, other participants from other region, guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen, God's morning, everyone. On behalf of 2,973 learners, 268 teachers of 16 SPED centers of DCS Manila, our schools division superintendent, Dr. Maria Magdalena M. Lim, SESO 5, our CID chief, Ma'am Aida Rundilia, our SPED division coordinator, Ma'am Amsi Esteban. Welcome you all, 259 participants we have now in this Zoom webinar on inclusive education for grade 2 and 8, receiving teachers with a total of 250 participants, which is a continuing orientation program. Our mandates, our mission is to protect and promote the right of every Filipino to quality, equitable, culture-based, and complete basic education where students learn in a child-friendly, gender-sensitive, safe, and motivating environment. Thus, we need to capacitate our teachers for them to facilitate and constantly nurture our learner. So, this 3-day online training workshop will be conducted in order to pursue DepEd's trust to promote inclusive education in all the public schools of DCS Manila in order to embrace the philosophy of accepting all children regardless of race, size, shape, color, ability, or disability with support from school staff, students, parents, and the community with the principle of inclusivity, awareness, and development. So once again, we welcome you all in this momentous event. I would like to leave my welcome remarks with a verse found in Galatians 6:2, which says, "Carry each other's burden, and so we will fulfill the law of Christ." This is not only about our work, but it is also our compassion, as we sang a while ago, amazing love to our learners, to their parents, family, and our community. By bringing them, by taking care of them, we also fulfill the law of Christ. With that, happy 3-day workshop ahead. And again, welcome you all in this momentous event. God bless everyone. Keep safe.
Maraming salamat po for that warm welcome coming from our very own Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Cynthia L. Ailes. Thank you very much, ma'am. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome sa ating 3-day webinar. And para po lalo pa tayong ma-inspire to become an advocate of inclusive education, we are so blessed for this morning to have with us our very own Schools Division Superintendent. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Maria Magdalena M. Lim.
Thank you, Sir Eman. Good morning to everyone on board on this webinar on inclusive education for grades 2 and grade 8 receiving teachers, which is a continuing program. So first of all, let me acknowledge and greet our guests here on board, starting off, of course, with the one who welcomed us all a while ago, ASDS Dr. Cynthia Ailes, Dr. Melody Cruz, Mr. Pedro Arao, Attorney Antonio Kasangkapan, our CID Chief, Ma'am Aida Rondilla, our Education Program Supervisor in charge for SPED and Kinder, Ma'am Amsi Esteban, to all our PSDSS here in this webinar, our principals, teachers of grades 2 and 8. I would also like to welcome participants from Kidapawan, Region 4A, Region 5, Tarlac, Quezon City, Parañaque, and Marikina. Let me also acknowledge and thank our esteemed guests in this webinar, starting off, of course, with our experts today, Nina Estudillo, an independent consultant, Dr. Maria Bibi, President of Kaisipan Incorporation, Ma'am Vaya Anglo, Project Coordinator of Kaisipan, Marily Mondihar, CEO and founder of Filipino Women's Network, Ma'am Sandy Montano, Chairperson, Philippine Commission on Women. And we have also other guests for tomorrow and beyond, the third day, James Lick High School, California, Beyond Medical Hub. And of course, our local, our very own guests, Dr. Lisita Hiner, Education Program Supervisor for Guidance and Counseling, and some of our Manila teachers who will serve as resource persons in this webinar. So second, I would like to congratulate AMSI and her team, Dr. AMSI Esteban, the one in charge for SPED, and the whole of the CID family for this concept, the well-planned, a very well-planned seminar with the experts on both the local and the international. Thank you, AMSI, for staging this event and showing us the wide network of partnership, which really requires good relational skill, which is really a requisite for an education program supervisor or any educator at that, because at this point we need partnerships in order to take off in this and sustain this distance learning education. So what is inclusive education for me? So aside from the definition of DepEd, which is actually an implementation of its mandate, which is to educate every Filipino child, to put it simply, I wanted to expand beyond that and to make it as part of to make our learners, SPED learners, as part of the learning community, which will make them seamlessly belong and make them not think that they are inferior of their classmates and that they can succeed in life just like the rest. So that is why we have streamlined inclusive education. We do not want our SPED learners to think that they are inferiorly different from the others, so that they are mainstream to the normal classes to make them feel that they really belong. So to our receiving teachers, it is really important to understand how inclusive education works, to understand the different types of learners and their social, economical, and educational needs, because they really have different needs from the regular students. And so that we can have a proper mindset and establish a culture for education, inclusive education, and gender empowerment. So this webinar is really a requirement for all the receiving teachers. But I'd like you to understand this, as this is not just part of your job, but we have to know this as teachers, because we're not only catering to Filipino children in general, we are also catering to special Filipino children that who need our compassion, our kindness, and our understanding. And I know that we are going to be faced with the different challenges ahead of us. And the first one is about assessment. How do we evaluate that the children looking so regular, so normal, need our special attention because they have special needs? We do not have the training, medical uh, know-how on how to evaluate and assess this type of learners. That is the biggest challenge. And I know there is Ma'am Amsi there to consult, and for her again to network with other stakeholders who would help us, who could help us in assessment problems and challenges. So, of course, the help from our parents, of our learners, because they know historical information of their children, and also the anecdotal record from our previous teachers. Hence, this is also another reason for this transition webinar, for the previous teachers to be collaborating with the receiving teachers. Another challenge that is we are going to face later on for our receiving teachers is the parents' understanding of the situation. Well, of course, the parents are the first ones to know about the situation of their children, but not every parent understand the totality and the implication of the situation where their children are in. So it is also our responsibility as teachers, as receiving teachers, to understand, to collaborate, to reach out to our parents in order for us to understand where they are coming from. We are not going to take them generically that they should know everything about inclusive education and about special needs of their children, because just like us, they may also be needing some medical expertise for them to really evaluate the needs of their children. So networking, collaboration with our parents is really necessary. Another challenge is this pandemic situation. As Ma'am Amsi pointed out to me when we had our early talk this week, the pandemic situation compounds our inclusive education because we cannot see individually our children, how they behave, how they react to us, how they react to their classmates. So what intervention are we going to implement? They have only their housemates, their parents, their siblings, or whoever is inside their homes to interact with. But we are not there. We are not there in their houses for us to see what is the situation. How come that they are not responding to us, if that is the case? How come that they are dropping out, or there is already signs of them dropping out or leaving our virtual classroom? So this pandemic situation is another challenge that we have to go about. What strategies and interventions are we going to think so that anticipating these challenges, we know how to deal with them? And the next challenge is the acceptance and understanding of other children and their classmates. All right, this is just a virtual classroom. There is not much interaction, but who knows? There is an undercurrent going on inside the virtual classroom. There might still be bullying coming in their lives kahit na nasa bahay sila. Hindi rin natin malalaman yun. But how do we assess these things? How do we anticipate this so that we could have a safeguard or safety net for our beloved children? So these are challenges that we are facing in pre-pandemic period, but compounded during this pandemic period, which will require views from our experts who we have invited today and in the next 2 days to come. So just be open to them, air your questions, air your doubts and your confusions so that they are there to answer whatever questions you have. Kasi let's take this opportunity. They are here. they accepted our invite through AMSI, and let us take this opportunity to learn from them, and let us really pay attention and give our heartfelt mind, be mindful of everything that is going around in this webinar. So with that, I'd like to greet good luck to all of you, because we have a big job ahead, starting off from the chief of the CID to AMSI teachers. We have a big job ahead, but we are just behind you. Kami na mga ASDSS, si Ma'am Cynthia, si Ma'am Melody, si Ma'am Sir Pete, at Attorney Kasangkapan, to support you in every endeavor that you have, particularly your problems and your challenges. So stay safe, everyone. God bless you. Thank you.
Maraming salamat pong muli sa ating pong Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maria Magdalena M. Lim, for that inspirational message. Truly, ma'am, na-inspire po kami na lalo maging advocate pa po ng inclusive education. Maraming salamat po, ma'am. Alright, so that concludes our opening program. So thank you very much po sa ating mga DepEd officials, Ma'am Lim, sa ating po mga ASDSS, Sir Ma'am Cynthia Ailes, Ma'am Sir Pedro M. Araw, Attorney Kasangkapan, and Dr. Melody P. Cruz, our CID Chief, Ma'am Ida Rodilla, supervisors, teachers, parents, and of course our participants. And we shall now proceed to the webinar proper. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, to give us the overview on what is inclusive education, we are so blessed to have our focal person, Ma'am Amsi Esteban, who is currently the Education Program Supervisor in the Special Education and Kindergarten of DepEd Manila. Her undergraduate course was Bachelor of Arts in Communications, major in Broadcasting at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. She completed 49 units of her academic requirements in teaching in the grades at the University of the Philippines College of Education, and finished her master's degree in special education at the National University. Mrs. Esteban served as a curriculum writer and national demonstration teacher for Merodin Bird International. She became a former consultant of Teach for the Philippines and a group facilitator of Sa Aklat Sisikat Foundation Incorporated. Mrs. Esteban served as a national curriculum writer, an editor of the SPED Policy Framework Manual, a writer-contributor of the Classroom-Based Assessment Resource Book, for K-12 Grades 2 Learners Material and Teacher's Guide. Ma'am Amsi is DepEd's National, Regional, and Division Trainer of K-12 Developmentally Appropriate Practices and Early Language Literacy and Numeracy, or the DAP-ELAN, Multi-Factor Assessment Tools, and Inclusive Education. She is also a national awardee of the 2015 Metrobank Outstanding Teacher, and she is currently a member of the Network of Outstanding Teachers and Educators. She also received 2017 Most Outstanding Supervisor of DepEd Manila, 2012 Gintong Gawad National Awardee and Advocacy Implementer of Fortune Lives, the value of hard work and discipline, and 2011 Most Outstanding SPED Teacher, handing gifted, talented, second place national level, and 2009 Outstanding Reading Teacher, first runner-up national level. So ladies and gentlemen, to give us the overview on inclusive education, let's welcome our Education Program Supervisor of DepEd Manila in charge of SPED and Kindergarten, Ma'am Amsi Esteban.
Okay, magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Ngayon ay pinagdiriwang natin ang Buwan ng Wika. So we will try to blend together our bilingual language, Filipino and English, because my presentation is in English. So welcome to the webinar on inclusive education for grade 2 and grade 8 receiving teachers. And like what Ma'am Maria Magdalena M. Lim, our very supportive Schools Division Superintendent, mentioned earlier, this is a continuing program. All right, so welcome to our 4 ASDS, Ma'am Cynthia Ailes, Ma'am Melody Cruz, Sir Pedro M. Araw, and Attorney Kasangkapan. Welcome also to our Chief of the Curriculum Implementation Division, Ma'am Aida H. Rondilla. And I don't know if our chief for SGOD is here, but I'm going to welcome him also, Sir Virgilio Santos. So thank you so much to our partner, Dr. Maria Bibe, who is already with us. Thank you so much for the love and support once again. So my task for today is to give an overview of inclusive education. Earlier, we had our Mentimeter. Meron, Sir Idroy, pwede ba nating pa-flash yung mga kanilang definition of what is inclusive education? Education for everyone, diversity. So ang dami ng sagot. 279 siguro yan. Kasi 279 ang participants. So marami tayong ideas about inclusive education, about inclusion. Next slide, please. So here are the three terminal objectives of this webinar. We talk about inclusivity, we will talk about awareness and development. So the first objective is to provide the receiving teachers with knowledge on how inclusion works for those with significant disabilities. And we will also provide awareness on the different types of learners with special educational needs and how to infuse social emotional learning and educational technology with the help of our partners from Kaisipan, Dadalub Guros from Kaisipan Inc. And another objective, the last objective, is to develop a growth mindset of teachers towards inclusive education as well as gender empowerment. So here is the rationale of this webinar. Pursuant to DepEd Order 72 series of 2009 entitled Inclusive Education as a Strategy for Increasing the Participation Rate of Children, the Special Education Services of SDO Manila will conduct the webinar on inclusive education for grade 2 and grade 8 receiving teachers. And this is again a continuing program because we already started with grade 1 and grade 7 receiving and regular teachers 2 years ago. And we're pursuing this until we reach the grade 6 and grade 12 teachers. All right. This 3-day online training workshop will be conducted in order to pursue DepEd's thrust to provide inclusive education in all public schools in DCS Manila and to embrace the philosophy of accepting all children, regardless of race, size, shape, color, ability, or disability, with support from school staff, students, parents, and the community. So we have a legal basis for inclusive education, and I will mention some of them. SDO Manila's Special Education Services advocates education for all, or EFA, and promotes what is stated in the 1987 Philippine Constitution, specifically Section 1, Article 14. So makikita ninyo na meron tayong mga batas para sa inclusive education. Kaya kung gusto nyo i-take down notes tong mga batas na to, you are welcome to do so. The state shall protect and promote the right of citizens to quality education to all. Emphasis on the quality education for all at all levels, and shall take appropriate steps to make such education accessible to all, calling for the establishment of a complete, adequate, and integrated system of education relevant to the needs of the people and society. All right, so here is the the summary of our total number of participants. We have 6 supervisors with us, 12 lead trainers. We have 22 grade 2 female and male teachers in the 11 SPED centers. We also have grade 2 male and female teachers from all the schools, the 72 schools times 2, 144, and the 33 high school, secondary schools, grade 8 female and male teachers, total of 250 and plus 50 from the other regions and divisions. So ang dami natin. Nakikita ko nga 280 na tayo. Salamat po sa inyong pagtangkilik sa ating webinar ngayong umaga. All right. We have participants from Marikina, Pampanga, Parañaque, Tarlac, West A, Quezon City, Kidapawan, San Pablo City, Region 4A, and Region 5, courtesy of our partner, Kaisipan Inc. Ewan ko kung merong pumasok na taga Palawan kasi alam ko mahabol ang Palawan. All right. So as mentioned earlier by our schools division superintendent, we have a big task ahead of us. Inclusive education is greater and bigger than K-12. That's why we're running this program, the Inclusive Education Program, yearly. Pero na-miss out yung kasi nagka-pandemic, na nag-skip tayo ng isang taon. So we're already done with batch 1, grade 1 and 7 receiving teachers. Tapos na po, batch 2, grade 2 and grade 8. Ngayon, ginagawa na natin. We're conducting the webinar for inclusive ed. So batch 3 will be on school year 2022-2023. We will invite grade 3 and grade 9 receiving and regular teachers. Batch 4, grade 4 and 10, 2023-2024. Batch 5, 2024, 2025. And last batch will be the grade 6 and grade 12 receiving teachers for school year 2025-2026. So I hope that Kaisipan Inc. will support us until the end of this program, until school year 2025 to 2026, to give quality webinar for our Filipino teachers. So we will have with us, they will be properly introduced later by yours truly after my session. All right, next slide, please. So we are already done with the opening program. We are excited for our closing program. Next slide. So why are we doing this webinar? The current data reveals that out of the total of 105 schools in the Division of City Schools Manila, only 15 SPED centers officially provide partial mainstreaming and full inclusion of learners with special educational needs, or what we call LSENS, in regular classes. Bakit learners with special educational needs? Yan na yung term na ginagamit ng DepEd ngayon. Because we believe that the learner is more important than the disability. And we discourage everyone on using the term disability. That's why we use learners with special educational needs. People first, yun ang ano natin. Moreover, in order to accept, promote, and implement inclusive education and gender empowerment in all 105 schools of DCS Manila, the continuing division-wide training of grade 2 and grade 8 receiving teachers must be conducted in order to upskill and reskill 100% of the public school teachers on how to effectively and efficiently promote and appropriately implement inclusion for all types of learners. So here are the expected outcomes. Raise awareness. As mentioned in the objectives, we're just flashing this, Sir Idroy, because it's already 8:54. So what are the expected outputs? You should accomplish and submit the registration form and evaluation sheets of the training on inclusive education, submit the resource speakers assigned output, prepare and present action plans for LAC in your respective schools, conduct the conduct of the learning action cells in your schools. Siyempre, kayo ang mag-aano nito, kakascade pababa sa inyong mga teachers. You will become the LAC leaders of your school. That's why you're here. Monitoring and evaluation of supervisors and LAC leaders, proper implementation of inclusion. Okay, next slide. So let's try to watch the video We All Face Barriers and try to give me your views in the chat box afterwards, your opinions about the video. They say that ability plus barrier
This is what
equals
empowering
disability.
involves. It's to reinforce those who are actively engaged and to mobilize those communities
hindi ko makita
that
yung
are not.
It starts with a recognition of who you are, that you are someone with rights. You're entitled because of your humanity.
Often people do not even realize that their human rights are violated. Why? Because they have not known it better. They have always lived in that institution. They have always experienced neglect. They have always experienced abuse.
We all face barriers. We face suppression. We face a lack of capacity. We're less participatory.
If somebody isn't able to be recognized by our legal system, then essentially we can talk about rights. They have no space to exercise those rights.
When we see a problem, and if we can identify a group of people or a person who happens to know it and understand it, and then we empower him or an organization to do it.
The Human Rights Initiative comes in with funding to link coalitions of disability rights organizations and really create a cross-disability movement.
The purpose is to ensure that people with disabilities have the same opportunities as all other citizens.
Access to education on an equal basis to others. Access to justice on an equal basis with others.
We have radically changed the way in which legal capacity is approached, mental health laws.
Our focus has been on what we see are the most marginalizing laws and policies.
We work to help those communities and support those communities because we believe in universal rights.
It's a universal principle, it's a universal perspective, it's a universal approach to make this world just for all.
So we all face barriers. Totoo yan, di ba? Lahat tayo. Meron tayong mga kanya-kanyang problema, may mga kanya-kanyang hindrance, hindi natin magawa yung gusto nating gawin. We all have disability. Hindi lang natin alam na katulad ko, sabi ko parang disabled ako kahapon dahil hindi ko ano yung Adobe Acrobat. Nagpatulong ako, o di na, naging yung disability ko naging ability. Kasi sabi ko, maganda pala yung pinapabayaan lang minsan at natututo ka eh. You turn your disability to an ability. Paano nga ba nagiging disability to? Kanina, binanggit ko, ability plus barrier becomes a disability. Kasi meron ngang hindrance, di ba? Kapag hindi ka ma-accept ng tao, pag hindi ka matanggap o hindi ka welcome, out of place ka sa party, minsan gusto mo na umalis eh. Kasi wala namang, you feel you don't belong. So what is disability? It is an evolving concept and results from the interaction between a person's impairment and obstacles such as physical barriers and prevailing attitudes that prevent their participation in society. Next slide, please. Disability is a human rights issue. Every person with disability is a right holder. Lahat tayo may karapatan. even our learners with special educational needs. All right. Let me show you the policy context of the framework of our international agreements and commitments. So hindi lang pang DepEd level, meron din tayong batas, universal law, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Convention of the Rights of Child, 1989, UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities recognizes the rights of persons with disabilities to education and access to equal opportunities. So yan po yung mga international na batas at saka mga treaties natin. Next slide. Okay, so papakita na lang natin. Ipa-flash natin yan, Sir Idroy. Next slide. Children with disability and their rights. So what is the convention all about? Ayan po yung mga reasons, agreement between countries to obey the same law about an issue, treaties, covenants, or international instruments that guide governments in fulfilling human rights. Signify means a country's support to the convention, and ratify means a country has enacted the convention into law. Marami po tayong mga senador ngayon na sumusuporta sa inclusive education. Kaya masaya po kami dahil they support us. Okay, next slide. So here is the history of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. So paradigm shift in the treatment of persons with disability from charity and medical perspectives to rights-based perspective. Okay, next slide, please. So yan po. Sige, go. Paki-screenshot na lang. And we also signed and ratified both convention dito sa Pilipinas. Signed in 1989, ratified on November 20, 1990. Signed in 2007, ratified on April 2008. Okay, next slide. Here are the articles. Article 2, 3, 5, and 7, non-discrimination, best interests, non-discrimination, best in, hindi yata napalitan yung best interest na doble. So, dalawa yung non-discrimination dyan. In Article 2 and 3, all right. Next slide. We have Article 24, 28, and 29. Ito yung pinaka-importante, 28 and 29, saka 24, affirms the right of people with disabilities to inclusive education at all levels without discrimination and on the basis of equality and opportunity. We also have Articles 28 and 29, education must be provided to every child on the basis of equality of opportunity. Education must be directed to the development of children to the fullest potential. Okay, next slide. So marami tayong mga batas. Ang tanong, sinusunod ba? Sa Manila, maswerte tayo, very supportive ang ating mayor sa mga PWDs or learners with disabilities. So we also have the World Declaration of EFA 1990, Incheon Strategy to make rights real for persons with disability, and 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goal 4 gives prominence to the provision of inclusive and equitable education and the promotion of lifelong learning opportunities for all. All right, next slide. So in the Philippines, we have the Philippine Legal Basis and Policies, the 1987 Philippine Constitution, as mentioned earlier, Republic Act 7277. Pwede niya i-search pag meron kayong mga kakilalang na nadi-discriminate na at kailangan ng legal advice. Yan yung bigay niyong mga legal basis, RA 9442, RA 10533, and Enhanced Basic Education Act 2013. All right, next slide. So here are the principles underpinning a rights-based approach. Actually, it's empowerment and accountability. Tapos nakaturo na yung ating brackets sa equality and non-discrimination, indivisibility, participation and inclusion, universality, inalienability, interdependence, and interrelatedness. So yan po dapat nating laging pakakatandaan. Next slide. But ito ay magandang video. Ang tawag dito as Star Wars Experience for All. Tignan natin kung ano tong Star Wars Experience for All. Bakit ganyan ang pamagat na ating video? Saka ano ba mangyayari sa video?
Ano, ready? Parang may kulang ah. Balik po namin agad. Ano, bilisan mo patalon. Teka, mahulog pa ako. Ano, nahulog ka pa? Di na, steady na. Bilisan mo pa yung gupit. Parang may mali ah. Oo nga eh. Thank you po! Thank you po! Tagal pa ba yan, pre? Hintay ka nga lang dyan.
All right, a Star Wars experience for all. Sana all, no? Nakakatuwa yung mga bata dahil talaga naganda sila para sumaya yung kanilang kaibigan na learner with hearing impairment at saka nagsa-sign language. Sana all ganun. Pati mga teachers, parang gagawin natin ang lahat para mapasaya at matuto at ma-experience nila yung na-experience ng regular learners. All right, next slide please. So I'll cut my session kasi medyo siguro Ma'am Bibe hanggang 9:15. I am requesting for an extension. All right. 9:15. So here are the DepEd issuances, DepEd Order 15. So paki-screenshot na lang kasi kailangan matapos ako ng 9:15. All right, next slide. So in Education for All represents an international movement and commitment to ensure that every learner receives quality and equitable basic education. It is based both on a human rights perspective and the generally held belief that education is centered to individual well-being and national development. All right, siguro miss na natin yung ibang slides. Ayan na po yung Inclusive Education Program. Ito, stop muna. Ito yung madalas na pag sinasabi, ano ba yung framework ng inclusive educations? Who are the learners? We have a diversity of learners. We have learners with disabilities. Pag sinabi may inclusive ed, hindi lang yan yung learners with disability. Kasama dyan yung gifted and talented, learners in ALS, the Muslim learners, the indigenous peoples, learners under difficult circumstances. For learners with disabilities, there are different types of disabilities. You will learn those things during our 3-day webinar. Okay? So marami tayo sa learners with disabilities. Meron tayong learners with autism, hearing impairment, visual impairment, yung mga learners with sensory problems, speech disorders, the intellectual disability and the learning disability na minsan akala ninyo hindi lang sumasagot sa inyo. May learning disability na, may dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyscalculia na sila. Alright, sa regular, madalas hindi natin napapansin. Meron na tayong mga batang kailangan ng learner ng special educational needs. Alright, so can you move forward? Move forward. So we have the latest DepEd Order 21 series of 2020. It's about the K-12 transition curriculum for learners with disabilities. We also have ALS K-12 curriculum, K-12 and the inclusive education program, madrasa, and we have the most essential learning competencies and special curricular programs. All right, next slide, please. Okay, special education is part of the education system of our country, and we need to be advocates of inclusive education. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Ito yung minimension ko kanina na DepEd order about the transition program. Under the transition curriculum package, we have the care skills, life skills, functional academics. Ito yung pinakabago sa lahat, pre-vocational skills package. Buksan niyo po yan, DepEd Order 2021, series of 2020. Ang ganda-ganda po ng learning package and transition curriculum package. Career skills, enrichment skills, activity-based. Para yung exit point natin, we will fulfill the desired exit outcomes or life pathways for higher education, entrepreneurship, employment, middle-level skills, functional life path. So yun yung ating pinaka-goal, desired exit outcomes, trabaho, negosyo, kolehiyo, sa career nila, negosyo, hindi pwedeng kolehiyo, may negosyo o merong trabaho ang mga learners with special educational needs. All right? Sige, move forward na tayo. I have 3 more minutes. What is inclusion? Okay, next slide. So we will show the video. It's only 2 minutes. So you will understand inclusion better, and then later I will show the definition of DepEd.
So inclusion is about us being ourselves. The presupposition is that the more we can be of ourselves, the more we can bring to any kind of situation. Inclusion is about greater freedom from fear and anxiety. Our unconscious biases can be running these fear programs in us. They can be generating anxieties. We may not even know why. This is why it's important to be able to understand what they are and how we can actually work with them for ourselves and others. And of course, it's about feeling we belong. So inclusion is feeling you belong. And part of that is actually understanding how we actually feel we belong and the biases that can actually make us feel excluded. And inclusion is about something that happens every day. And of course, we are running these programs in our heads every single second of every single minute of every day. So it's not just an event. So inclusion is about what we're doing every day, all the time. And it's about understanding different perspectives. And as we'll see, our unconscious biases and these implicit associations can change the filters, can change our perspectives on difference, on other people, on the situations that we find ourselves in. And inclusion is about changing mindsets. understanding our own unconscious biases, our own implicit associations, mean that we're changing our mindsets. Being able to understand how these operate in others means that we're leading and we're changing other people's mindsets. And of course, inclusion is about engaging everyone. It's about all of us.
Okay, so what struck you the most while watching the video? Pakilagay na lang sa ating chat box kung ano yung pinaka-pumukaw sa inyong damdamin. So next slide. So I'm going to wrap up this my session. So I will just give you my PowerPoint presentation. So next slide. Yan yung ating diagram about alin dyan ang inclusion sa apat na mga pictures na nakikita nyo sa screen. Ito ba? This one is separation. Yun nasa upper left corner. Yun nandun sa separation siya. Tapos ito. Sige, pakita natin, Sir Idroy. Next slide. Kung ano yung mga yan. Alin dyan yung inclusion? Oops. Ayun. Yung inclusion yun nandun sa lower right side. Exclusion, separation, integration. Iba-iba yan. Kunwari yung mga nagre-represent dun sa red natin na dots. Yung mga regular nasa green. Dapat ganito, pag nag-observe kami ng klase, hindi mo na malaman kung sino sa kanila ang may learners with disability, special educational needs. Okay, next. Next slide. So, sige, Sir Idroy, hanggang dun sa dulo na. So, here. Let me end with this PowerPoint presentation. I for implementation of appropriate program, N for networking, C for collaboration, L for living, learning, and loving, U for utilizing all available resources, S for support and social services, I for integration, O for organization of appropriate services, and N for nonstop services to all. So thank you so much. I hope that everybody will become advocates of inclusive education after our webinar. All right, let's proceed to the next speaker because it's already 9:17.
All right, thank you very much, Ma'am Amsi Esteban, for giving us an overview of inclusive education. So once again, thank you, Ma'am Amsi, our education program supervisor in charge for kinder and special education of the Division of Manila. So at this point, we shall now proceed to the next topic for this morning, and that is infusing social emotional learning in EdTech into today's inclusive learning world. So ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our resource speakers, we would like to call in back again our EPS for Kinder and SPED, Ma'am Amsi Esteban, for the introduction of our speakers.
Okay, good morning once again. Today we are so fortunate to have with us Ma'am Nina Maria B. Estudillo, an independent consultant and trainer. She is also an independent consultant of APO, Asian Productivity Organization, Business Process Alignment and Continuous Improvement, BPCI, and also BEST, a program of Department of Education through the partnership of Australian government and Philippine government, or the Basic Education Sector Transformation. She graduated and completed her master's degree in industrial relations, major in human resource development, and Bachelor of Arts in Behavioral Science in the University of Santo Tomas. Next slide, please. Sir Idroy. Next slide. Ma'am Nina Estudillo is an independent consultant and a trainer
who developed her personal advocacy in building and sustaining a culture of performance, excellence in training, consultancy, and research. She helps organizations and individuals strengthen their own capacities by putting in place tools and techniques that drive productivity and quality improvement in the pursuit of their goal and objectives. She also has a partner in this topic, in the person of Ma'am Bianca Anglo. Next slide, please. Who is the project coordinator of Kaisipan Inc. So let's welcome the two lovely distinguished keynote speakers for today, Ma'am Nina Estudillo and Ma'am Bianca Anglo.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Amsi, for that very generous introduction. I hope I'm coming out clear to everyone. So this is quite a big audience. Since this is the Buwan ng Wika, so I'll try my very best, of course, to also speak in Filipino every now and then. Maraming salamat po. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Okay, let me share with you my screen. Okay, I hope you are able to see it. Okay, so once again, welcome to this session, Infusing Social Learning, Social Emotional Learning and EdTech in Today's Inclusive Learning World. All right, so for this session, this is an hour session with you. We'll try our best, me and my partner, Bianca, who is my co-fellow at Kaisipan. We hope to be able to meet an hour or maybe siguro konting extra lang po, no? All right, so this session will help all of us appreciate social emotional learning in the context of strengthening student engagement in an inclusive learning environment, and also for us to appreciate EdTech tools that can be used, some of these, because there is quite an array of EdTech tools right now, especially that all of us are here now in this digital space, digital learning space. So alam nyo po, since last year, I realized there has been a lot of evolving EdTech tools that we can actually make use of to be able to ensure that everyone in our class is engaged. So this can be used to make SEL a way of life as infused in the teaching and learning processes. Okay, all right. I would like to start off with my own social emotional learning story. Okay, just quickly, you see last year, because I have been so used to face-to-face learning sessions as a trainer myself, nahirapan din po ako, no? Just like everyone else, I really struggled because I'm not tech savvy. So I am very fortunate that Kaisipan Inc., through Dr. Maria Bibi and my friend Tony, who is a part of one of the board of trustees of Kaisipan, gave me this idea to be part of Kaisipan. And one thing that struck me is the invitation of going through some learning sessions on EdTech, at the same time also share this, give back, particularly to the public sector, to the public schools. Because alam nyo po, ako po, I come from a family of educators. Yung nanay ko, nasa heaven na siya ngayon, she was a retired school principal. My siblings, most of them are in DepEd. So may dalawa akong ate, they're retired. Some of them are still no, they're still very much engaged in the in DepEd, no, as either principal, as a teacher. Okay, so along this area, by the way, as you see in your screen, this is the competency framework of Kaisipan. So along these areas, well, personally for me, in the learning that I have gained from the International Society for Technology and Education. Kasi po, ipinadala kami ni Dr. Maria Bibi For us, like what I said, no, I was struggling with the EdTech tools last year, especially with pandemic. So because I had no choice but to adapt and continue with my advocacy in training, productivity and quality improvement, and of course, also in TQM for education through the use of SEL tools. So my special interest really, what really struck me in those interesting sessions from ISTE is the social and emotional learning. Also because, you know, I am a mother of an only child who also had, who has had his share of bullying. And, you know, my son was diagnosed to have he was 2 years behind from his peers. He had his own share of learning disabilities. And because of that, it further inspired me. But at that time, I didn't know about SEL, social emotional learning. And then I realized over the years, by the way, he has finished his senior high school already. And I saw that everyone has a chance. Coming from me as a mother myself of a child who has his own learning disability, special learning needs. So there is a chance, may pag-asa po, no? Siguro mayroon din iba sa inyo, lalo na po kayong mga teachers, you have this mission. You have this mission to make sure everyone is engaged in the process. So kaya po ako nagkaroon ng ganitong interest, no? Dito sa social and emotional learning, because I do believe through SEL, this is a very powerful approach of making sure that no child learner should be left behind. Okay, I will not delve into the details of our competency framework because this will be for another session with you. I'm sure Dr. Maria B will also enlighten you further on this. All right. Okay, so I have been introduced already. So I am grateful for Kaisipan Incorporated. Along with me, my partner Bianca, we had our learning journey last year through ISTE, and then of course I am fully indebted to the CASEL or CASEL, Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, which really enlightened me further on what really is SEL all about. CASEL or CASEL supports educators and policymakers so to enhance the experience and outcomes for all pre-K to 12 students. All right, also the social emotional learning that we at Kaisipan has designed or has contextualized in the Philippine education is that it is aligned also with the universal design for learning, which advocates the improvement and optimization of teaching and learning for all people. And the three components are engagement, representation, action, and expression. And for me, SEL is really an effective approach of, this is very much part of engagement. So it concretizes, it operationalizes engagement, SEL, okay, across all levels of learning from kindergarten up to the senior high school. So this is one of the guidelines is to ensure that all learners can access and participate in meaningful, challenging learning opportunities. And that is precisely to build a positive and supportive culture for learning, whether in face-to-face or online virtual learning spaces. So we will now explore in a bit the nuts and bolts of SEL and EdTech. So how can this help you, dear teachers, infuse SEL through some of the EdTech tools? My partner Bianca for sure will further enlighten you on some more relevant EdTech tools. Okay, so first I would like to, because you know, we cannot ignore the fact that we are basically affected by the things that happen, the things that are happening around us. Okay, so you can write down on in the chat what you think, what you see, what you think, and what you wonder. What affects us today? Because These are all uh, key contributors to how we will evolve and come up with our own social emotional learning story. Just like what Man Amsi said, mentioned a while ago. Yes, it is true. It is true. I am a witness to this, how we can transform disability to something that is beautiful, for somebody to be more able, okay, to be more capable of doing something greater. They can, create breakthrough improvements. Okay, so I have here some few slides. Okay, if you see this, what comes to mind? What do you see? What do you think of this? What do you wonder? No, diba? Alam natin to. Ang laki ng epekto sa ating lahat. No, lahat tayo. Yung coronavirus na ito, no, hindi natin ito maiwasan. And then because of that, no, when this came to us last year, so there is really unemployment and underemployment, and ang laki ng epekto sa atin, no? Lalo na sa mga pamilya, lalo na here in the Philippines, our poverty level has gone up, no? Kasi maraming nawalan ng trabaho, okay? Marami ang hindi regular ang trabaho. So malaki na ang impact sa atin noon. And then there is the issue on social justice. So we can see this glaring digital divide, no, among those in the private sector, yung mga mayayaman na mga bata, no, who can avail of education, the private sector, and those naman na mga bata na gusto nilang mag-aral, no, despite their limitations, nakikita natin to, no, totoo itong nangyayari, no. Of course, we're not saying na bakit naman ganoon, sila mayaman, may ano, or sila mahirap, no. Tinitingnan natin ito because this is the reality that we also have to deal with, no? Why? So that we would know saan ba tayo pwedeng mas makatulong? Where do we think we can give more help or can contribute more? So this is also one reality. Another is the Filipino family amidst COVID realities, no, and changes. Nandiyan yung nakita naman natin, no, ang daming may namamatayan because of COVID. Di natin na lang, bigla na lang, namatay ang lola, namatay ang kapatid, no? Tapos hindi nga natin na-witness, no, ang libing kasi kailangan diretso siya ilibing to avoid the super spread, no? And then at the same time, on a positive note, meron din namang dagdag sa ating pamilya, di ba? May pinapanganak, no? So ito yung mga realities na nakakaapekto sa atin. And then of course, no, alam niyo po ba that there is an increase now in the rate of suicide in the Philippines, no? Kasi imaginein mo lang mo yun, oh, like right now, we are again in ECQ, no? So that's I think that's my next slide, no? So this is again another reality that affects us, no? And then here we are now in season 3. So our kids have these questions, no? Our students out there have these questions. Tayo rin mismo na educators. What do we do at home again and again, no? Yung Netflix, paulit-ulit na, yung K-drama, etc. Sabi nga ano pa ba ang pwede nating panoorin, no? Where do we stay? Pag staycation ba tayo? Hindi rin pwede, no? Bawal, no? Saan tayo pupunta? Bakit may ECQ ulit, no? Kailan tayo pwede ulit makabisita, makapagkita-kits, no? So, all of this, no, ay nakakaapekto sa atin, no? So, what do you see? Please feel free, no, to continuously write on the chat your perspectives. What do you see? Ano nakikita ninyo? Anong naiisip ninyo? What do you wonder? And I'm sure nagtataka tayong lahat, no? Like what I said, no, all of these things, no, ay affect us. Okay, and these are all contributory to how we evolve ourselves and create our own social emotional learning story. Because just like what Stephen Covey said in his habit number 5 of 7 habits of highly effective people, seek first to understand and then to be understood, because hindi tayo makaka-create ng ating social emotional learning if we are not able to understand and grasp, what's happening around us. Hindi ka tayo pwedeng dead balang. okay? Because as educators, we also remember we are human beings too, no? We have our own struggles, we have our pain, we experience sadness, okay, especially at this time of uncertainty. So we have to face this. This is what SEL is helping us, you know, to face this, because there is hope. Okay, there is hope. All right. So what is social emotional learning really? So I have here with me a video that will help us further appreciate what is SEL all about. This is courtesy of Castle. So let's watch this.
There is no audio.
Ma'am Ninya, wala pong audio.
Oh, sorry about for a while, please.
Knowledge is constructive.
How about now?
Yes, we can hear the audio. Oops, sige, nawala po ulit. Kanina po meron na.
The student
Ayan,
learn.
meron na po, ma'am. Pero parang, ano po, tumitigil-tigil, ma'am.
Is it okay na, ma'am?
Ma'am, parang tumitigil-tigil. Kanina meron pero nawawala po.
People.
How about
Yan.
now, ma'am?
About the whole
Yan,
child.
ma'am, meron na po.
Understand self-awareness. Do they understand social awareness? They make good decisions, are responsible, and then we start talking about what that applies to academics and looking at all the essential skills we need them to be successful in life.
Children learn when their heart is open, engaged, connected, and filled with purpose.
Learning is magical, and through SEL, we can create conditions that allow all kids to access that magic.
All right, so that's SEL from Castle, or the
Social
Collaborative for
emotional learning
Academic
is essential.
for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning. All right, so they provided us this framework as illustrated with this. And as you can see here on the slide, social emotional learning cannot be operationalized without, without the people around our students. Okay, we're talking about the communities, families, and caregivers. Of course, the schools. The school is the instrument, it has the venue, direct venue, the teachers who can have direct impact on our students. Okay, so we have, of course, through the SEL instruction and classroom climate, the school-wide, making it school-wide, making it part of the culture of the entire school, okay, through certain practices and policies, through authentic partnerships and aligned learning opportunities. I am sure that consciously or not, you are actually already practicing SEL. All right. So when we conduct, or when we infuse SEL, okay, in your respective subjects, on your respective curricula, it's very important to do some self-assessment. Okay. So this one here, I'm providing you some links. By the way, you will also be provided with my set of slides. So of course, as a teacher, remember, as in training and in teaching also, it's a two-way process. So we cannot give what we don't have. So we also have to understand, where we are right now in terms of how we are, in terms of our social emotional learning. So as a teacher, there is a tool that you can use for a self-assessment. Okay, I will not go through into the details of this, but there is such a tool for this. You can access this, you can download it. So just click on the link, you copy the link, paste it on your respect. You can even try that right now. And of course, for the teacher, aside from the teacher, of course, a self-assessment for the classroom. Okay, for you to have a good perspective, a broader perspective of where your students are right now in terms of their social emotional learning. Okay, let's go through each one of the components. By the way, the SEL, social emotional learning, has evolved from the Emotional Intelligence by Daniel Goleman. Alam niyo po ba na itong social emotional learning is embedded in the different competency-based assessment in the industry. In fact, meron ho ako ngayong proyekto that I am doing assessment for talents, okay, for people across different levels in the organization. And this is competency-based following the SEL framework, okay? So tama po yung sinabi kanina na I think it was mentioned, I don't know if it was Ma'am Absi who mentioned or sa video was on SEL, it was mentioned that ito po can be and malaking tulong po ito sa mga bata, and it helps them become more employable, no? To have that level of employability, to have that enhanced level of employability in the future. Okay, so what's component one? It's self-awareness, the ability to recognize our emotions, thoughts, values, and how these influence behavior. That is why importante po yung kaninang linash ko sa inyo, what are the things that affect us today? Because these are all contributory to who we are, what we are, how we deal with our emotions. Kasi importante po yun eh, di ba? Pag we are not able to recognize where we are, okay, chances are we will not move forward, no, in the right direction. Ganun din tayo sa ating mga estudyante. Tulungan din natin sila kung nasaan sila ngayon, no? Nasaan ba yung kanilang strengths? Saan sila ang kanilang areas for development? And making them feel, sabi nga kanina do sa concept ng inclusivity, ng inclusion, no? Making them feel that they belong whatever they are going through. Yung meron silang mga special learning needs, no? Just like my own son went through, no? All right, and anong pwede natin gawin, no, sa mga classrooms like grade 2, grade 8 students? You can do an SEL check-in. We call it a check-in, no? So it's like you build rapport with them, no? You go down to their level, no? Kung kinakailangan makipaglaro muna, I'm sure the teachers here, you're very well versed on that already. Let me show you very quickly. I hope you will be able to hear the sound. Okay, just a quick exercise. No? You can show this to your kids. No? Instead of saying na, oh, kumusta kayo dyan? No? Maybe you can start with the music, with the dance, with a song like this.
I am happy.
Just to trigger, drum up their interest. Create this happy atmosphere.
Hello, how are you today? I am sad, sad, sad. Hello, hello, how are you today? I am hungry, I'm hungry today.
Okay, so that kind of SEL check-in, maybe you are doing this already. So, kumustahan, no? Kumusta sila? And making them feel that it's okay to feel sad. Okay lang kung malungkot. Kasi minsan, di ba yung mga bata, ayaw nilang sabihin, nahihiya sila, no? So, hayaan natin sila, no? To make them feel that they're free to express, no? Whatever they feel, no? Because that will also help you as an educator to take off from where they are coming from. All right, let's go to the next slide. And another way, here's an EdTech tool, which probably I'm sure you're familiar with, sa Google because I noticed many of the schools, no, since last year during pandemic, both private and public schools, maraming gumagamit ng Google Classroom, no? And ang anak ko, yun din ang ginagamit nila sa school nila. And one way also, one EdTech tool that you can use is the Jamboard, no? Napakadali lang, no? For example, the topic is, how's your PETA? How's your performance task? Meron na ba kayong update? Kumusta kayo, no? And then, okay, let me just go through this quickly. I wish we had more time to navigate this ourselves, but anyway, ang ginawa ko in the screenshot ko lang, no, just some examples. Then, to make it a little more exciting for your kids, pwede mong lagyan ng decoration, no, yung background, no? And then, you encourage them to share, no? Isulat nila doon. Halimbawa, itong si Helena, grade 8, Bayanihan section. Hello, my PETA is nearing completion. I just need to enhance the format, no? Something like that. And then, you as a teacher, as an educator, you will get to see how your students are. No, some of them are very artistic in the way. Hayaan mo lang sila. You can tell them, you can message me, guys, class, no? Pwede niyong i-drawing, isulat, o pwede niyo rin idaan sa tula, pwede niyong idaan sa kanta, no? Something like that, no? Just to drum up their interest. Then, another tool, no, that you can use under self-awareness is self-reflection tools, because it's important for us to, like yung sinasabi sa atin, self-awareness, we are grounded, we are reconciled with our history, with who we are, no, kung anong pinagdadaanan natin. And one thing na hindi natin dapat kalimutan is in self-affirmation. Ako, I am a personal witness to so many teachers shelling out money from their own pockets para yung mga estudyante nila may makain, pagpapasok, hindi makaparticipate, hindi maka-recite. Why? Kasi hindi daw nila alam, hindi daw pa sila kumakain, gutom pa sila, you know. So you try to visualize, no? Even us as adults, we can practice this, no? Trying to visualize who we are, no? What is it that we want, no? And then yung giving them positive affirmation, no? Encouraging them. Yes, I can. Yes, I will. All right. SEL component 2 on self-management. Okay. So being aware of ourselves. So therefore, we are able to manage ourselves, no? The ability to regulate our own emotions, thoughts, and values in different situations. Hindi yung basta gusto natin magalit, no? Tayo as educators, no? I've been a teacher in the secondary high school, senior 1, wala pa pong K-12 noon, first year high school to fourth year high school. And especially in a setting where exclusive mo, puro mga lalaki, ay nako, all the characters there, no? Kasi seminary, it's a Bible seminary, nandun lahat ng iba-ibang klase, mga spoiled brats, no? And kailangan, ako ay natutunan ko, no? Ako din, no, as a teacher, kailangan kong i-regulate yung galit ko, kailangan kalma, no? So that is why in this component, we have what we call create reset, cool down moment. Freeze muna, no? So pwedeng, ako kasi I love music, I play guitar, and I also dance from time to time. So maganda, no? At mga bata, gusto din nila yon, yung music, no? Or focus on the interests of the kids, no? Kung gusto nila mag-drawing, let them be, no? So meron ngayon, no? Magagaling sila sa mga online games. So as teachers, as educators, we also have to be familiar. Ano ba itong mga games na ito that can attract our students so that they can be more engaged? All right. So an icebreaker dance exercise. Let me just show this to you. Show you this very quickly lang. I'm sure you're familiar with this. You can download some of these from the learning station. Okay. Right now,
Move with me from the award-winning CD. Children love to sing and dance.
Even
By
if
the
they are
learning
just
station.
sitting down, okay? Or you can ask them to move up, you know? Then dance to the music, follow that. So kailangan din kasi yan, okay? For health reasons. Okay. Maybe you can do that while you are in your own homes.
Everybody's feeling good. Everybody's exercising. Everybody should wiggle your shoulders back and
shoulders down to the floor. Move with me, move with me. Everybody's exercising, everybody's feeling good. Everybody's exercising, everybody should stretch your arms up to.
Okay, so that is really just one example. I'm sure you
Nina?
out there have
Nina, time check ka, ha?
Okay, okay. And then of course, you also do a self-meditation, okay? So there are also exercises or films on YouTube that you can also download. Okay,
Right.
then let's move on to time management. It's also an area where we can help our students. So there's the Google Keep. Okay, so it's also on Google. So for them to be guided on their deadlines. For component 3, this is responsible decision making. The ability to make constructive choices about personal behavior and social interactions based on ethical standards, safety, and social norms. So here, I'm sharing with you commonsense.org. So again, this is accessible to all. You can create your own account, and they have very interesting programs that you can avail of, that you can adopt later on. So why I'm showing this to you? Because it talks about digital citizenship. Remember, meron din mga bullying, no? Cyberbullying. So they have a curriculum for that, putting a stop to online meanness. You can just click the one that's applicable to you if you're in grade 8, if you're in grade 2. So they offer curriculum, okay? So it's very doable, very relevant. So I'm just showing this to you quickly. So that's one. Another one that under this SEL component is Nearpod. You can explore Nearpod. Again, this is accessible. You can explore the different SEL moments, okay? And then SEL component 4, relationship skills. The ability to establish and maintain healthy and rewarding relationships with diverse individuals and culture. So here, to put it into context in our culture, we have the Filipino bayanihan spirit. Di po ba, no? Since last year sa pandemic, napaka-strong nitong bayanihan spirit. Nagtutulungan, no? May kusa, no? And then, okay, what edtech that you can use here? Flipgrid. You can encourage your kids to share their own SEL story. The videos, no, on Flipgrid. I'm sure you're familiar with this already. You can customize it, no. And in here, I put it there, the bayanihan, no, spirit, to encourage everyone, students, for example, how they are able to help, especially in this pandemic, one way or another, no, particularly with their schoolmates. Okay, so that's Flipgrid, and then we are here on the last component of this social emotional learning, which is social awareness, the ability to take that perspective of empathizing with others, including those from diverse background and cultures. So that's what inclusivity is all about, right? So lahat ay kasama. No? Okay, so very quickly lang, what is empathy?
And I'm
no?
Murray.
So
And we're here to
here,
tell you about the word
we can show a
empathy.
video in empathy,
Yes,
not necessarily lecturing
Tell
on
them
it,
about the word empathy.
but just to illustrate what sympathy is all about.
You're not going to believe this, Mark.
What?
Empathy.
I can't remember what empathy means.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I'll tell them what empathy means.
Oh, boy! This is so exciting. Mark Ruffalo is going to tell us about empathy. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy!
Can I do it?
Go, please, go for it, Mark.
All right. Empathy is when you're able to understand and care about how someone else is feeling.
Oh, right. That's what empathy is.
Yes.
I don't get it.
What?
Sorry.
Okay. Let me see if I can explain it to you in some way.
Okay, I'm going to listen.
Let's say I'm walking along and
What?
I stubbed my toe. Oh, that hurts.
Oh, you poor thing,
Murray.
Oh,
Murray.
that hurts. I
It
can
hurts
imagine
so much.
exactly how you feel.
That's
Ouch.
it.
Oh, wow, what's it?
That's it. That's empathy.
What's empathy?
You could imagine exactly how I feel. You could understand just how it felt. That's empathy.
I still don't get.
Okay, so there are interesting videos that our kids like watching. A lot of films and videos. So you can also explore further on many relevant videos that you can let them watch for them to pick up some key lessons. And then you ask them, so what did you learn from the video? Okay, for a while. We're about to end. I am just, okay.
Hello, I'm Mark.
Oh, sorry
And
about
I'm
that.
Murray.
For a while.
Time check,
Okay.
Nina.
So yes. Remember, no, as I'm ending this quick session on SEL, no, this is really just a patikim, no. I want you to recognize the students. I want to end this with you, this session with you. Salamat po sa inyong pag-aruga sa amin. So remember the kids out there whom you're taking care of, okay? Whom you are engaging with in your classroom. So this is really the mission that you have, okay? It's not a coincidence that you are there as an educator. So on that note, there is a call to action for all of us, for you educators out there. Be inspired to create your social emotional learning story and encourage your students to create their SEL story too. So with that, thank you very much. I now turn you over to my partner, my co-fellow, Miss Bianca Anglo.
Thank you so much, Miss Ninya. So I'll just go over my presentation real quick. All right, there we go. So good morning, everyone, and thank you again, Ms. Ninya. I'm sure the audience knows more about SEL from your presentation. And thank you so much again, Ms. Amsi, for inviting me here today's webinar, Inclusive Education. So for my section, I will talk about SEL and EdTech in today's world with a psychological perspective by recognizing and understanding our students' emotions and ourselves through teaching and learning. So just a bit by myself, something about myself. My name is Bianca Jasmine Anglo. You can call me Bianca. I am currently engaged with Kaisipan Incorporation. So it's a nonprofit organization that empowers public school teachers in this digital era. I'm joined by our president, Dr. Maria Bibi. So I also have other engagements with the United Nations Neuroscience Journal Club, the Psychological Association of the Philippines, and most recently, the Harvard Project for Asian and International Relations. So my email is here and my LinkedIn if you want to, if you have any questions during any point of the presentation. So I'm really excited to be here with you today, but to align ourselves with the objectives of this short talk, it's here to help educators like ourselves to communicate effectively in the digital world for K-12 education, build classroom community and relationships with students in the online learning environment, and to most especially highlight on ways to implement student-to-student collaboration in virtual spaces. So to be more specific, we're going to touch on topics on communication strategies and ways to stay on course, learning and behavioral psychology, great remote working and learning, and lastly, I'm going to show you a few EdTech tools that will be very useful. So all of these EdTech tools will be free. So just a quick review of what social emotional learning is. So it is a process in which all young people and adults acquire and apply the knowledge, skills, and attitudes to develop healthy identities and manage emotions. SEL is lifelong learning on how to better understand ourselves, connect with others, and work together to achieve goals and support our communities. So SEL is a learning process that helps us regulate our emotions in a healthy manner and to learn how to express our thoughts and feelings in a cohesive way. So an important application of SEL is how to present our arguments, our critical thinking without taking offense in these things. We learn how to take feedback effectively where you're able to separate yourself and from the work that is being critiqued. SEL helps us regulate our emotions and thoughts that we can express ourselves in our learnings in a cohesive and objective way with others. So one of my favorite quotes of mine by Jorge Valenzuela. In education, SEL advances equity and strives to establish collaborative learning environments in which students and educators co-create thriving schools. So emphasis on collaborative learning and co-creation. SEL needs the active participation of the teacher and the learner to make the learning process more meaningful and for the students to thrive in classroom. So my question to you guys is, in creating a collaborative learning environment, who should make the first move, teachers or students? So I'll give you a few seconds to think about it. So it's actually the teachers. On a psychological perspective, especially in this case, grade 2, students are still new to the world. They're still navigating on the do's and don'ts of the home and the classroom. So they're still trying to learn to separate the two environments. They still don't have a good grasp of their social role yet. For grade 8, they have a better grasp of what is home and what is school. But as teenagers, they're trying to find their identity as an individual outside of their family and teachers and identify more with their peers. And they're even trying to figure out what their future vocation or job will be. So they're starting to think for themselves independently, but still keep in mind that they're still minors and that they have young minds. Think of it as something that they still have training wheels and they need their parents and teachers to help from time to time. So teachers have to create learning spaces where students can learn more about the world, the subject matter you're teaching, and themselves. Teachers are their guide in navigating the world. We have to invite them into the classroom with open minds and arms. So communication. So communication is the act or process of using words, sounds, signs, behaviors to express or exchange information. So communication is a very defining feature of humans as a species. We are able to transfer our unique knowledge and skills through communication, even in different generations. It has helped us distinguish eras of development, like this digital era, where we can get information from anywhere around the globe. So these points of communication are most important to learning because they allow meaningful conversation with students, imbibe mutual understanding of course goals and expectation, and most especially, it is essential for building community and successful collaboration. So as the school year comes closer, what are the ways that we can prepare better for the online classroom? So first one is enforcing student-centered classroom. So go at a pace that's that go at a pace that students fully appreciate the lesson and that they fully understand it. So it doesn't matter how fast or how slow it is, as long as they appreciate and get the lesson, then that's better than going at a faster pace. So how will you know if they get it? Ask if they understood the lesson. What stood out to them? Have them write down what they have learned and what parts they need clarity on. Second is engage the parent. When parents pick up their modules or when you go on your synchronous sessions, set aside some time to ask the parents on how their child is finding the lessons. Like, what are the points you can help the parent, and what are the parts that the teachers can have a more active role in. And lastly is to over communicate. Since it's the online platform, there are no more nonverbal cues. So like when you see a student like that's very confused, or they usually scratch their head, they ask their seatmates, what did the teacher just say? Or minsan tulala na lang sila. So these are nonverbal cues that we know that the student is not able to catch up with the lesson. But in the online age, it's kind of hard to notice these things. So some students are shy and they don't know how to articulate their confusion into words or how to ask their classmates for help. So when this happens, they usually drop the subject or they don't do their modules. And even worse, they actually cheat because they don't know how to ask for help or communicate with you on what exactly they need help on. So we need to over communicate as teachers to them and how they're doing and to emphasize that all important things in the lesson. If they have any clarifications, always have an open line of communication to our students. So next one is multiple means of engagement. So we should always provide flexibility and opportunities for self-awareness. So we create quizzes, simple quizzes that we know as long as the student gets the main points. Look for ways to reduce the digital divide in the classroom. One example of this is SDO Manila, where they actually provided the printed materials for the whole school year and even a USB version of it so that they can just plug it in their laptops and cell phones. Design open-ended activities through video calls and virtual forum posts So you can just post a question in Google Classroom or FB or in Facebook, and then students can post their questions there, their key takeaways, and then students can also like build each other's ideas on it. And lastly, ask students how they found the exam and project. One practice that I really appreciate in UP is you can choose the way how you take the exam. So you can take it orally, oral exam, written, or it's a mix of both. As long as you know the answer, it doesn't matter what form you take, as long as you understood what the lesson was. So the teacher kind of gives us that option to improve our public speaking skills or to improve our writing skills. So use project-based learning. So students learn how they can impact the world beyond school. So for hackathons, one example of this is hackathons. So like in the online world, for example, there's climate change. So you would create a project around that, and how would your group combat climate change? Project-based learning also helps them form their identity. So in this forming of the identity, it's very important. As young minds, they're trying to navigate the world, they're trying to know themselves, etc. And it's been shown by Vygotsky that how you present yourself to the world affects how people perceive you. And how people perceive you kind of affects what opportunities that will affect you. So for example, you are a person who likes public speaking. So people perceive you as very leader-like and very confident. So the opportunities that you will attract will be leadership roles. So we have to kind of empower our students on what kind of identity they would like to grow themselves into. So project-based learning is also good for holistic education with multiple means of perspectives. And lastly, project-based learning is also good in honing their verbal and nonverbal skills with their interactions with other people. So here are some ways that you can stay connected with your students. So you can have weekly check-ins and consultation hours, games at the start of the session. So you can use Menti or Kahoot. Zoom background theme of the week. So like for this week, we're gonna have like who's your favorite superhero, and before you start a session, you can discuss with your students why is that your favorite superhero. So it's kind of building that connection with your student even through online. There are also suggestion of dressing up on special holidays, and most importantly, just create genuine interactions with your students or moments that matter with your students. So for my favorite part, psychology of learning. So we're going to define learning here in a very psych term. It is relatively permanent change in behavior that results from experience. And then we're going to relate it to behavioral psychology. Please note that there are 3 schools of psychology of learning. So there's cognitive psychology, cognitive behavioral theory, but for this presentation, we'll just talk about behavioral psychology. So we have the very famous classical conditioning, operant conditioning, and observational learning. So classical conditioning, the very famous dog experiment by Ivan Pavlov. So there's the unconditioned stimulus, which is the dog food. And then without the dog knowing it, he will salivate. He will have saliva drooping from his mouth. And then you have a whistle. So when the dog hears a whistle, he has no response. So during the experiment, they would blow the whistle, after which they will bring out the food. And naturally, the dog will salivate because they see the food. So they do this multiple times until when they notice, just by blowing the whistle, the dog will already salivate. So, okay, how is this related to learning? Okay, for the unconditioned stimulus, let's say when students are confused, anxious, or afraid of something, they stay away from it. That's the unconditioned response. They stay away from it. They procrastinate. So the neutral stimulus is, for example, linear algebra. So like as a freshman student, I don't know what linear algebra is, so they would have no response. But as they enter the university, the teacher discusses what is linear algebra. The student gets confused or anxious, or they're not understanding the lesson. They stay away, or they have math anxiety. So in the later run, if educators do not appeal or do not accommodate to the student who has trouble when it comes to linear algebra, every time that he or she hears the word linear algebra, he feels scared, or they stay away, or they procrastinate when it comes to math subjects. So that's an example of classical conditioning when it comes to education. So next one is operant conditioning. So this is a very famous example of experiment of B.F. Skinner. So every time there's a green light and the mouse pulls the lever, food would come out. Every time there's a red light, when the mouse pulls the lever, no food would come out. There's a green light, I will pull down the lever so I can get food. And when I see the red light, I will not pull the lever because I will get hurt. So one example of this in learning is like from UP. UP highly rewards papers and projects that is full of originality and diversity of related ideas in the classroom. So that's the green one. So those who are full of originality and diversity, they get recommendation letters, they get the highest grade, they get commended by your professors. But unfortunately, if you plagiarize, if you just copied your research paper or your project from the internet, then you get kicked out. So I know many students have been kicked out by the university because they just copied off their work, etc. So it's kind of sends a message that originality and diversity of ideas is commendable, and the one that's being plagiarized is the one that's being kicked out. So that's operant conditioning. So last one is observational learning. So this is very controversial. So this was by Albert Bandura. So they made kids actually watch a video. So there's this person who's just beating up the doll. And then after a few minutes, they let the child come into a room with the same doll that's on the video. And without any instruction, the kids started to beat up the doll without any instruction at all, just like what they saw in the video. So this is called observational conditioning. It is a learning process that occurs by observing and imitating others. The one application of observational learning is let's put it in a positive sense. Study groups. Study groups are very important when it comes to learning. It encourages students that they are not alone, and if they have any confusion, they can just ask one another. And it encourages that study as a habit when everyone else is doing it. When they see their classmates working hard and studying for an exam, they're encouraged to do the same. So that's an example of observational learning. So here are some tips for great remote and great remote working and learning. So how to best meet challenges. So know your students, help them know themselves, help them form their own identities as they grow up into strong independent adults, accommodate new needs, and celebrate small successes. Celebrate all kinds of successes, no matter how big or how small it is. For structure, like what if students have lack of clarity on the subject matter or difficulty in navigating the class? What you can do is highlight consultation hours and over-communicate, set clear goals and assignments, so it can be short-term or long-term, develop check-ins for tasks. It can be every 2 weeks, every 1 week, ganyan po. And then lastly, end the class with a recap and review of a to-do list so that they're not so lost on what to do when they go home and do their own homework. Technology, I know this is a very common problem here in the Philippines, the lack of access to tech and unfamiliar with digital tools. So what we can do is provide flexibility in your lesson plan, call, email, and video call your students when they meet personal challenges, keep an open communication line, and try to accommodate to their needs as much as possible. This has been proven to be effective with students with ADHD, is to assign a buddy to help them keep up with assignments. Like I know that they have problem with attention span, having a study buddy, like, oh, we have a homework coming up. Maybe we should do it together if you want. So having a study buddy can also help them keep up with assignments. And most importantly, think of yourselves, invest on your professional and personal well-being. Share your insights and learnings with fellow educators. Set time aside for your mental health and for personal energy boosters. Find time to look for like-minded people to discuss your specialty and improve your craft as an educator. So you can just take a screenshot of this. This will be my last 2 slides. Suggested open education resources, EdTech tools. So Khan Academy has been like one of my favorites since I was in high school. It can explain very complicated topics in very simple videos. So another similar to this is Simbaloo Edu. And then another one that I just found is PBS Learning Media. So it's a creation of aligned videos, interactive lessons plans for teachers. So for Embrace Race, it's a world where race matters. So it teaches about racism, it teaches about microaggression, how kids can recognize when they're being bullied, etc. And then this is actually my last slide. So learning keeps going, OpenStax for free textbooks and educational materials. And one of my favorite is, I know that it's, online learning, but you can go on virtual tours via Google Expeditions. You just go to this site. So thank you so much for listening and have a great day ahead. If you have any questions, feel free to reach me via email. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Ma'am Bianca Anglo, Project Coordinator of Kaisipan Incorporated, and also Ma'am Nina Estudillo, the Independent Consultant, to discuss about infusing social-emotional learning and EdTech into today's inclusive learning world. So maraming salamat po sa inyo, ma'am. And we would like to acknowledge, of course, ang mga participants natin na super active, no, sa pagsagot sa mga questions ng ating mga resource speakers. So maraming salamat po. Keep on answering questions kung may mga tanong po ang ating pong mga speakers. So i-type lang po sa ating chat box para po mabasa po ng ating pong mga speakers. All right. So we shall now proceed to the next topic on panel discussion on inclusion and gender empowerment. So ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our resource speakers, once again, let's have our focal person for today's training, Ma'am MC Esteban.
Okay, good morning once again. It is indeed my distinct honor to introduce to you the 3 high caliber and esteemed speakers for our panel discussion. Let me first introduce the very hardworking president of Kaisipan Inc., Maria Bibe, PhD. All right, Dr. Maria Bibe has an MA in anthropology and a PhD in education from Stanford University. Her research interests include critical discourse analysis, women's leadership, and ICTs for development. She has over 25 years experience in higher education and international development. She continues to provide leadership in the practice of research of ICTs under global networks on the intersect between technology and education. She facilitated workshops at the Internet Governance Forum, or IGF, in Mexico, Geneva, and Paris. She edited 3 books about Filipina women who have demonstrated leadership in the global environment. She served as senior ICT advisor in education for ISAF Telecom's advisory team in Afghanistan. Dr. Maria Bibe is a technology leader and was honored with the prestigious Most Influential Filipina Woman in the World Award in Paris, France. Wow. Dr. Bibe was recognized also by the San Francisco-based advocacy organization of Filipina Women's Network, or FWN, as a continuing influential innovator and thought leader awardee in the Gala Award ceremony at the 16th Filipina Leadership Global Summit held from October 28, November 2, 2019. She is currently the president of Kaisipan Inc., a proponent of the I Learn, I Create, I Share program, which is a digital literacy intelligence for all Filipino educators transforming learning and teaching. All right. And we also have with us Marily Mondihar, CEO, founder, Filipina Women's Network. Marily Mondihar is a Filipina-American feminist, a community organizer, and an untiring advocate against domestic violence and trafficking of Filipina women. And she is passionate about women's rights and especially works to ensure the representation of Filipina and Asian women's voices in the public and private sectors, her skills in building relationships and bringing people together for humanitarian causes have inspired many. She is a senior business leader with wide-ranging global experience as an entrepreneur, strategist, advisor to organizations. She ended a notable career in 2009 to devote her energies full-time as the founding president of the Filipina Women's Network, a nationwide nonprofit organization for women in Philippine ancestry in the United States. She earned her bachelor's and master's degree in organization development and leadership in New College of California, and she took graduate studies in public relations at Golden Gate University and completed doctoral coursework in organizational psychology at Alliant International Universities. She is currently the CEO and founder of the Filipina Women's Network. And of course, we also have with us Ms. Sandra S. Montano, Chairperson, Philippine Commission on Women, Filipina Women, Proud, Loud, Leading Without a Doubt. Ma'am Sandra S. Montano is a registered nurse by profession. She is currently the chairperson of Philippine Commission on Women, president of and CEO Community Health Education Emergency Rescue Services, or CHEERS Corporation, which provides trainings on emergency medical services conforming to the international standards of health and safety. She earned her diploma in food safety management, focused on food technology and processing in the University of the Philippines. Her awards and contributions are highly regarded both in the local and the international arena. She is a former program coordinator on the Commission on Higher Education, or CHED, National Service Training Program, and also sat as the member of the Curriculum Development Expert Panel on Disaster Preparedness. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome our esteemed speakers for today. A virtual
Thank
clap
you.
for all of them.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Ay, naku. Give me a second here. Magandang buhay sa inyong lahat. And salamat, Amsi, for that introduction and for inviting us, Kaisipan Dalub Gurus, as co-speakers with DepEd Manila experts. We are very honored. Participating in these events is one way of making the DepEd Manila partnership become a reality. You have just heard from our two Kaisipan fellows, Nina and Bianca, about infusing social emotional learning and EdTech into today's inclusive learning world. They are also paying it forward. Okay, can you see my next slide?
Doc Maria, we can see the notes. Would you like to put it on full view?
I think I'm on frozen right now. Just a second.
Okay.
You might want to go to the top of your screen where it says slideshow, Maria.
Yeah.
And then higher there, almost there. Slideshow on the top of your screen. Yeah, to the right, to your right. Not format. Go to the slideshow tab to your right.
I'm sorry.
Okay, to
near
my right.
the window, or to in between tools and window.
No, not that one. Slideshow. It says slideshow.
It says slideshow. It's in between the tools and windows.
Yeah, on the top.
Topmost. Sa blue, ma'am. Sa blue kayo tumingin, ma'am.
Light blue.
Light blue po.
Give me a second here. I think my
Your mouse is probably.
I got disconnected.
Oh.
Good morning and good evening to my fellow FWN. I miss you so much, Maria Bibi, and of course our founder, Marily Mundehar. It's so nice to sharing the platform today with you.
Yes.
Yes.
Great to see you, Sandy.
Can you see it better now?
Yeah, but we see your notes though, so you probably don't want that, but that's okay.
Oh.
You're sharing your secrets.
I don't want to share my secrets.
Yeah, that's why you have to go to the top, the light blue, and hit slideshow.
I know,
you're
but
sharing your secret ammunition, Maria. Huh?
Yeah, but that's okay. We're not gonna tell anyone.
Oh gosh, you guys have.
They're just recording it.
I can't believe that I'm having so much problem with this.
It's live broadcast.
There, that's better. Oh,
okay, I'm gonna
now
start
go to slideshow. Go to the right, my right. I'm looking at it. So there. Okay. Now hit
center view, right?
The center view, I think. Yes.
Ano mo yung presentation ko muna.
Can you see it now?
What happened? We lost it.
What did you do?
Well,
you can also
do the same thing.
Probably you can send your slideshow to Ma'am Bianca so she can present for you, or my IT here, Sir Idroy. If you want us to present.
Did you edit this? Because I have your presentation, Maria.
Yeah, I edited it. Just a second.
Oh, okay, so I won't show what you sent to me then.
I've never had this problem before, but
I know, and
you're always
so
first
techie.
time.
And you're so techie. So go back again to slideshow to the top, kind of the dashboard or the tabs, and there should be between tools and window.
How embarrassing. Okay, what do you see now?
We still the same. We see your slide with your notes.
See your notes, we're seeing it.
Yeah. Your secrets. Okay. Oops. Okay, now slow down. Go up to slideshow. Now go to, oops, you close it. Go to not play from current slide. Don't do play from current slide. Yeah. There.
Is that better now?
Din eh.
Huh?
Ganun din. I don't know what happened.
I wonder why it's doing that, but
you know what? We can see it. I think you should just go ahead. We'll just see your notes, your secrets, but we'll pretend not to read.
Yeah. Okay, so let's say
I hope this doesn't happen to me.
So mabuhay. Thank you, Amsi, for the introduction. And you have just heard from Bianca and Nina. Okay. So today's panel discussion is about inclusion and gender empowerment. Lessons from Disrupt authors Marily Mundehar and Sandy Montano. And I represent the Filipina Women's Network. We will hear more about FWN from Marily Mundehar, founder and CEO. Ma'am Amsi gave us a thorough grounding on inclusive education. I will begin with definitions of inclusion and gender empowerment. Then I will look at the qualities of empowered Filipino women leaders who contributed their leadership stories to FWN's leadership book series. I will also draw on my chapter, Harmonizing Global Teams in Afghanistan. Finally, I will share Kaisipan's work about empowering education through the use of information and communication technologies. I invite you to think throughout this presentation as to how, as an educator, you can empower yourself and empower your students as part of inclusive education in DepEd Manila. Inclusion means that all students are full and accepted members of their school community. Social gender norms are the set of implicit ideas, stereotypes, and rules that consciously or unconsciously dictate how a person should supposedly be and act depending on whether they are a woman, man, girl, or boy, or any of the other transgender genders. Gender describes the socially constructed roles and responsibilities that societies consider appropriate for men and women. Gender equality means that men and women have equal power and equal opportunities for financial independence, education, and personal development. Women's empowerment is a critical aspect of achieving gender equality. It includes increasing a woman's sense of self-worth, her decision-making power, her access to opportunities and resources, her power and control over her own life inside and outside the home, and her ability to effect change. Yet, gender issues are not focused on women alone, but on the relationship between men and women and society. The actions and attitudes of men and boys play an essential role in empowering girls and women and achieving gender equality. Education is a key area of focus. Although the world is making progress in achieving gender parity in education, girls still make up a higher percentage of out-of-school children than boys. Approximately 1/4 of girls in the developing world do not attend school. Typically, families will prioritize education for their sons when they have limited means and cannot afford costs such as school fees, uniforms, and supplies for all of their children. Families may also rely on girls' labor for household chores, carrying water and childcare, leaving limited time for schooling. But prioritizing girls' education provides perhaps the single highest return on investment in the developing world. An educated girl is more likely to postpone marriage, raise a smaller family, have healthier children, and send her own children to school. She has more opportunities to earn an income and to participate in political processes. UNESCO identified the main obstacles to gender equality in education. And these are gender bias through textbooks and teaching practices, underrepresentation of female teachers in secondary and higher education. I'm not sure if that's still true in the Philippines. School-related gender-based violence, barriers to welcoming pregnant girls and women and young mothers in school, and social gender norms. Kung babae ka, ito ang dapat gawin mo. Kung ikaw ay lalaki, then there are other appropriate social gender norms. That's true in the Philippines and true in the US and true in other parts of the world. In terms of girls' demand for education, it may be low because of economic conditions and poverty, because of the place of residence, rural versus urban, early marriage and pregnancy, and again, those social gender norms. So now we should look at the qualities of empowered women leaders. Marilee Mondahar is founder and CEO of Filipino Women's Network. Over the past 10 years or more, she has led the search for and selection of 100 influential Filipino women in the US and 100 influential Filipino women in the global environment. You will hear more about that process from Marilee herself. Those who were selected as influential women were then invited to write about their leadership journeys, to talk about how they became empowered Filipino women and what they are doing to empower other girls and women. These are Filipinos who have demonstrated leadership not only in the Philippines, but also in the global environment. The first book is Disrupt Filipino Women, Proud, Loud, Leading Without a Doubt. We had a very lively debate about this title, as some of us said, we are humble, not proud. We are soft, not loud, but undoubtedly we all lead without a doubt. The leadership themes from these Filipino women leaders are: they nurture relationships rooted in Filipino culture, such as kapwa, demonstrate character strengths, values, and virtues in ethical decision-making. They have a sense of purpose and meaning, and they respond to a call. They know and transform themselves. They exceed expectations. They lead for impact, and they give back or pay it forward. The second book, 2 years later, we launched Disrupt Filipino Women, Daring to Lead in Cebu. Empowered Filipino women show they're able to use the Center for Creative Leadership guidelines to lead themselves, lead others, lead the organization. Plus, they're able to address derailment issues, leadership and sustainability, and they start developing a leadership repertoire. In Disrupt 3.0 Filipino Women Rising, the qualities of the empowered women included developing their leadership, building leadership legacy, leadership and entrepreneurship being first and foremost, leading for impact. The book is available on Amazon, and the link is on.ffwn.org/disrupt. My chapter in Disrupt Filipino Women, Proud, Loud, Leading Without a Doubt examines my work in Afghanistan. The project was called Afghan Equality Alliances. Each word is important. By Afghan, we meant Afghan ownership, equality, equal access to quality education, and e-education resources. Alliances, at that time, I was working with the Center to Bridge the Digital Divide at Washington State University. We knew we could not do it alone, even within a big university. We rallied others who were doing work in Afghanistan to work together towards a common goal: improve access to quality education. We shared information. Sometimes we collaborated on joint mini projects. We asked the private sector to share their resources. So for example, Springer Link opened access to their digital library. Sailor Academy shared their courses on computer science. And other universities, such as the University of Colorado, provided scholarships for college level instructors to get their master's degree in engineering. So the challenges were daunting. You have this situation in many rural areas where there is not even a classroom. Meanwhile, at the university level, we were introducing the use of computers for teaching and learning. I hired as many girls as possible. Not only do they have to learn how to teach office productivity tools, they also had to learn to assemble computers and troubleshoot a network. I often ask some of our team leaders, can you give me the top 3 students who are graduating from college, and we will see if they want to work with us. And invariably, I'll get a list of boys. So I'll ask, are there no girls in the top 3 of your college. And then they'll say, but girls. And I go, what do you mean, but girls? Give me the top 3 names. And it turns out in that particular case, the top person, the top student was a girl. And they said, but no, she's a girl. So there you go in terms of social norms. What was the best thing that we did? We opened more choices for girls, more access to learning and teaching materials through the digital library. More professors learned to put their material on a learning management system, which we called ANGEL, Afghan's next generation e-learning. Learned to appreciate the Islamic principles that are applicable to gender empowerment. These are challenging the process, following Islam's Shura mandate to consult with people regardless of whether or not they belong to your organization or whether or not you agree with them. Listen to your most demanding critics to improve the status quo. Inspiring a shared vision, engaging in Shura by praying or asking Allah to validate the vision, content, and direction of the organization's future. Enabling others to act, using power to foster collaboration, empower and delegate to strengthen others, and consider other people's interests above your own. Modeling the way, following the timeless and virtuous example of the Prophet, and you stand an exalted standard of character. Encouraging the heart, preparing for continuous challenges. In our Afghan Equality Alliance's work, we tried to practice locally led global engagement, mutual benefit, interdependent networking, shared objectives, mutual respect for one another, a shared definition of e-learning, principles of teaching and learning good practice, and coordinated quality assurance. Sorry, let me go back one slide. Or several slides, what happened here? As global educators, we provide leadership in how people and technology intersect, advocate for open access to knowledge, skills, and ideas, make this available for everyone, balance commercial transaction with reciprocal exchanges, link learning communities across Asia, USA, global Filipino diaspora, use ICT to acquire and act on knowledge for sustainable development. It's sad to see what is happening as the US forces are withdrawing from Afghanistan. One of the twins in our 100 Pinay twins who will one day influence the world asked me, I've heard a lot of horrible stories about Afghanistan, and I really admire your dedication and courage being chief of party in Afghan Equality Alliances. Weren't you scared? I mean, it is sort of a dangerous task for me. My answer, there are horrible stories about extremists in Afghanistan. Not all Afghans are extremists. Most ordinary Afghans just want the same basic things Filipinos want: housing, food, education for their children. And some Afghans think the Philippines is horrible. Some Afghan decision makers do not like their country to be like the Philippines. At that time, I was not particularly scared. People did ask me if I was not afraid of dying from IED, improvised explosive devices. I said, people die while watching TV at home. I would rather die doing what I was called to do and make a small difference. And now my calling is coming from the Philippines. Time to give back. It was while working in Afghanistan that I got introduced to Dr. Emmanuel Laliana and Miss Tony Torres when they were both at the CICT before it became the ICT. When I first met Dr. Laliana, he asked why I was doing my work in Afghanistan and not here in the Philippines. It took learning about the Philippines, scoring number 79 out of 79 countries in the PISA reading test, and number 78 out of 79 countries in science and math, that I decided it was time to give back to the Philippines. With the encouragement of Dr. Laliana and Ma'am Tony and other Kaisipan board members, including Dr. Marivic Luwalhati, you will hear from her tomorrow about developing a growth mindset, along with the opportunity offered by COVID-19, we launched Kaisipan in June 2020. I am frozen again. Can you still hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm not sure what happened here. Okay.
Yeah.
So our mission is, so now I'm going to talk about empowering educators through the use of ICTs. Our mission is digital capabilities for educators. And by digital capabilities, we mean a set of cognitive, technical, and humanizing competencies to use information and communication technologies to I learn, I create, and I share. By cognitive, we mean mental competencies to acquire, interpret, and extrapolate knowledge, thoughts, and social emotional experience. By technical, we mean going beyond office productivity to digital competencies required of teachers, including synchronous and asynchronous tools, humanizing competencies on values education, social emotional, and developing a growth mindset. So we look at learner-centered pedagogy, open solutions like open educational resources, and we look at social emotional learning, digital growth mindset. At the center of Kaisipan's I Learn, I Create, I Share digital capabilities framework is the educator, who has many roles as a learner, a digital citizen, a creator, an innovator, a collaborator, and a digital education leader. Our hope is that Philippine educators will be empowered users of digital resources for learning, for creating, and for sharing. Check out our Kaisipan website and learn about some of the digital tools we have been introducing to educators in the Philippines. That includes the UPC Lab box, which can be Wi-Fi accessible, but it can also be used offline. And the Ustad mobile app, which basically you can stuff content into it and then use it both offline or online. So, and at the same time, and this is one of the features we like about it, is that it can serve as a mini server to other devices in the room. So imagine what it can do and what it can save in terms of paper for the Department of Education. So to summarize, we, all of us, can promote gender equality in daily life, share the household chores, notice signs of violence, scold chauvinist and racist attitudes, and vote for women. We can also promote equality for women by being fair for women in education, be fair, provide or fight for equal wages, support women, and provide comprehensive training for inclusion and gender empowerment. My thanks again to AMSI, Esteban, and all the DepEd Manila supervisors, administrators, and teachers for putting together a very comprehensive inclusive education webinar. As you process all the information you have heard today and more information you will hear about inclusive education and gender empowerment, it is your turn to get your voices heard. Think and share one key takeaway about inclusion and gender empowerment in the chat box. Kaya natin to. I learn, I create, I share. Kaisipan, think together, act together. And now let me welcome Ms. Merily Mondahar, who is logging in from San Francisco, California.
Thank you. Wow. Following you, I think my presentation might be a little
hopefully you don't have technical glitches. Now
yeah, I hope so.
No,
I hope I don't have
share.
So you want to, yeah, stop share so I can share my
Can
screen.
Yeah, can the moderator stop share me?
Sir Idroy. Okay,
There.
thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, let me share my screen. Oh, how come I can't find my why does it say unknown? Hang on. Oh no, it's my turn now, I guess.
For everybody, when there is when you have to use ICT's information communication technologies, there will always be a glitch.
Okay. It's not allowing me to.
Sir Idroy, can you allow the screen share?
Okay.
For Ma'am Mondahar? Or there's another option. Para meron po siyang message sa akin. Ma'am, click na lang po yung arrow sa upper left corner, yung screen displays.
Okay, hang on. I had to, it says I have to quit and reopen. Okay, hang on.
All right.
Why am I not able to show my desktop 2? That's not the one. We seem to be having all these. Oh, okay, let me see. I think this might work. There. Can you see me? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. There. I guess your system is set up to show either the notes or the next slide. Let me see. Why is it like that?
It's okay. We can see. Can
you see it anyway? Okay.
Yeah.
Is it big enough? Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess good morning to all of you and good evening to Maria and myself, because it's about 8 o'clock my time, I think. What time is it? It's almost 8 o'clock. And thank you for inviting me, Maria, Dr. Vivi, and AMSI for the introduction. And to everyone who I can see, who are listening or watching my presentation, thank you for your patience. So what I'm showing to you is the logo of the Filipino Women's Network, which you might appreciate, because this is actually from Baybayin or Alibata. And this is, I guess, how our ancient alphabet signified women. So it's like an inverted heart. So one of our board members, first board members, developed this logo, and everybody loves it now. So I just wanted to give you that tidbit. So this is a little bit about me. I'm not going to spend a lot of time because Ma'am AMSI read my bio, but this is what I do. And aside from being the founder and CEO of Filipino Women's Network, I do have a day job as a executive coach and image consultant. and I pay forward by being a commissioner for the city. So let me just tell you, I was asked to present about the Filipino Women's Network. The Filipino Women's Network was founded almost 20 years ago. And the purpose was really because I found that there was not a lot of Filipino women in the corporate world in San Francisco. Sometimes I'm the only woman. And then you're trying to control my screen, okay? Let me see. It says I can't because I have to go to my system preferences to allow you to remote control my screen. So whoever was asking, I can't, because that means I'll have to stop my presentation.
All right.
So the Filipino Women's Network is really about empowering Filipino women. A lot of it is because, as I said, there are 4 million Filipinos in the US, 55% of those are Filipino women. And during that time when I founded the organization, there were very few Filipino women in senior management. But I have to say to you that one of our members is the first Filipino who happens to be a Filipino woman who broke the glass ceiling. She was the first Filipino to become CEO of a Fortune 500 company, and her name is Cora Teles. And many of those who are in the C-suite level in California are actually Filipino women. So our goal has always been about gender equality, recognizing Filipino women. So we are the organization for career women of Philippine ancestry. We have members in 31 countries. Our passion is to help Filipino women achieve previously unimaginable levels of performance in the public and private sectors. So we have these 5 strategic directions, and we nurture the growth and influence of our members' businesses and careers, breaking barriers that make it difficult or impossible to succeed. So what I'm going to show you is really the actions that we take and the accomplishments that we've made, not just by our organization, but also by collaborating with other organizations so we can get heard. So this is about finding our voices. This is about developing our voices, the Filipino voice, about speaking up, about advocating for ourselves and for others, and amplifying our voices and of others. So this has been really the goal and the process of the Filipino Women's Network. Okay, so there are 3 things that we provide: influence, knowledge, and access. So we have through the years selected the most influential Filipino women, first in the US, and then we went global in the world, because together, influential Filipino women together, we are able to accomplish more. We become a formidable force, keeping Filipino women's interests at the heart of the policy conversations locally and overseas. We try to shape the messaging so that we can seize opportunities and tackle barriers to growth. We also provide knowledge and share knowledge. How do you get promoted? How do you navigate the corporate world? How do you get appointed to a task force or a commission? How do you want to get elected? So we have our members provide that information. We harness that information so you don't have to reinvent the wheel to achieve what you want to achieve by providing you the career path. So it's almost like boarding an elevator and you bring along other women in the elevator as you go up to where you're going. And this is really the culture that we try to create within Filipino Women's Network. Access. So our members are in many industries. In fact, our mission is to have a Filipino woman leader in every sector of the global economy. So that way we have somebody in construction, in finance, in government, in politics, in healthcare, in education, just in law, for example. Through our members, we are able to provide access to members coming along so that it's easier for them to accomplish what they want to do. So there are 5 program areas. First is branding. The very first campaign we did was what we call the Shaping the Filipina Image. So in 2000, when you Google the word Filipina, millions of websites will come up, and they were mostly about, you know, mail order brides, sexy, exotic Filipino women, dating sites. And no offense against mail order brides, and because it is a path to path away from poverty, but we also wanted to say that, you know, there are Filipino women like us who are accomplished. So we need to make sure that when you type the word Filipina, that other Filipino women's accomplishments will surface. And through that campaign, if you Google the word Filipina, we are now in the top 5. We're in the first page of what we're basically shaping the Filipina image. Before they would say, oh, I have, once when I was in Toronto, somebody said, oh, you're Filipina. I have Filipina at home. And I said, what do you mean? So it's her nanny, it's her domestic helper. And before I would get pissed and I would say, you know what? You are so lucky to have a Filipina woman as your nanny, because I bet you she's a college graduate, and your children are very lucky to have a college graduate teaching them, helping them with their homework. And so we try to shift the image of the Filipina in the mindset. We fight for social justice and civil rights. We have an anti-domestic violence campaign, an anti-human trafficking awareness campaign. We convened an anti-bullying campaign for middle school kids with the San Francisco District Attorney, George Gascon. We put on the Vagina Monologues productions to raise awareness about violence in intimate partnerships. A Filipino woman was murdered in San Francisco. We did not stop until her perpetrator was put in jail. And because of the death of Claire Joyce Temponco, the city of San Francisco changed their policies in reporting domestic violence. Cultural awareness. Many of our members were born and raised in the US. They don't speak the language. They don't understand tradition and culture. So we try to bring about cultural awareness that meet them at their level. We did the salo-salo. The salo-salo, as you know, means coming together, eating together. So in the recession of 2000, we decided to help the Filipino restaurants in the San Francisco Bay Area. And we brought our business to them. So we did a poster for 12 months. We went to these restaurants, and then all we did was we asked them to cook adobo as the main dish. So the adobo became our buzzword, and a lot of those in our list, people were coming and attending this salo-salo because each restaurant had their favorite adobo recipe. And that was really what we did. Just your adobo recipe, and then talk to us about it. And that's all we had. We had adobo every month. We created the Shiro's monologues. There's all these stories about Tandang Sora and Gabriela and so on, but we don't know about it. We don't really know. So we just really wrote a monologues. It's a story of all these women leaders talking around a sofa in their living room, like telling stories about what they did. And of course, Dr. Bibi talked about the Filipina Disrupt Leadership Series. So this is basically, we ask our awardees, the most influential women awardees, to write their leadership story. So we have 3 books, and each book is about 35 authors. We chose the word disrupt because if you really look at the story of the immigrants, we disrupted our home lives, our families, went to a foreign country, and then we disrupted our community, our companies, the companies we worked for, because many of them have not seen a Filipino woman, and they thought Filipino women are maids. So we told them, hey, we are educated, we are doctors, we are teachers, we're economists, we're activists. And this is what the leadership series of books is all about. And from that, which Maria talked about, Dr. Bibi talked about, we developed the global leadership, Filipina global leadership competencies. What are the qualities of Filipino women leaders? And that really what surfaced from these books. We have programs on leadership development. You want to be a commissioner in the city, or you want to be appointed to a board, we can help you. We invite the people that can show you the path on how to get appointed. You want to run for office, we run political education awareness training programs. We go about and do voter registration. We need to make sure that your vote is counted and that you vote when it's time to vote. You may think that your vote doesn't matter, but you know what? I will tell you, the last election in November 2020, one of our members who ran for supervisor of San Francisco lost by 4 votes. 4 votes. Can you believe that? Who were those 4 people who did not vote, right? And it was really a very sad, happening, but that really tells you the value of your vote. We have fellows and interns. So many of our fellows have gone on to better jobs and better positions. One of them is the chief of staff of the California Treasurer. One of them runs a podcast for the Atlantic magazine. We have FemtoMatch. We ask our awardees to pay forward by femtoring. If you notice, I don't use the word mentor, but femtor, meaning a woman mentor, so that you pay forward and share your skills with somebody, with a young Filipina, hopefully, or maybe a returning Filipino woman who may have taken time off from work to have a family, have children, and now ready to go back to work. We run the Pinay Entrepreneurship Series, how we talk about what they do and how they succeeded, and also help them, make their businesses better. Right now, we're running the Pinay Rising Leadership Salon. And we have, participants from other countries, Dubai, Belgium, Netherlands, of course, San Francisco, New York, so that we can share our leadership stories and leadership skills with them. This is the best, which I love. This is the Pinay Twins, 9 to 12-year-olds. We have, girls from Davao, General Santos, Cavite, Manila, Makati, and of course in the US. These are the girls who will one day influence the world. We are now on our 17th week. This is a 24-week program. We meet with them, Maria and I, Dr. Bibi and I meet every Tuesday or Wednesday in the Philippines. And we basically share with them leadership stories, open their eyes, help them develop their voice, find their voice to speak up. And because these are the girls who will one day influence the world, we want to impact their lives. Then we do coalition building. Oh, I guess this is number 5. So we don't do our projects alone. We work with other organizations. We are we're a member of the San Francisco Collaborative Against Human Trafficking. We teach the hospitality industry how to identify when men bring women to the hotels and who could be trafficked, right? Immigrant rights. There are a lot of Filipino and Filipino women who are immigrants, and some of them are dreamers. So we help advocate that they get their immigrant status or their visa here in the US. So strategic alliances with corporate Filipino employee groups. Many corporations have what they call ERG, employer resource groups, Filipino groups, Vietnamese, Chinese, Japanese. So we work with them and help them advance within their own corporations. And lastly, the gender equality principles, which I'll be sharing with you. This was an initiative in collaboration with the Commission on the Status of Women and Fortune 500 corporations. We developed these 7 principles so that these corporations will be able to assess on whether their practices, their business practices, meet gender equality principles. Make sure you tell me my time, okay? So these are the 5 priority program areas that we have. So these are just the logos, some of the programs that we have.
We are Filipino women. We are doctors, lawyers, actors, activists, educators, scientists, athletes, executives, and we are leaders. We are the Filipino Women's Network, providing women with the knowledge and resources to become leaders in the global workplace. Take your career to the next level. Become a member of the Filipino Women's Network and join us. To join the Filipino Women's Network and attend the summit, find us on Facebook or tweet us, or go to www.filipinowomensnetwork.org.
This is a 30-second. These are 30-second. This 30-second video just captures who we are and what we're about. And this is the Filipino Summit that's coming up next month, the end of September in San Francisco. These are two of our awardees. The one above is Filipino woman, Dubai, and Christian Brillantes lives in San Francisco. They're millennials, and they are leading the world, influencing the world. And right now we're actually accepting nominations for the most influential Filipino Women in the World Award, and the deadline is August 15th. Oh, by the way, if you are tweeting, if you're on Twitter or Instagram, our handle is @Filipino Women. So tweet me, tweet us, and hashtag Filipina Disruptor, hashtag Global Pinay Power, @Filipino Women. Okay, so now inclusion and gender empowerment, your topic. So I just want to capture the meaning of inclusion as far as we are concerned, as far as FWN, Filipino Women's Network, is concerned. It is inclusion is ensuring that everyone has an equal opportunity to contribute and influence every part and level of a workplace or a school. Gender equality is improving access to all livelihood assets and services, including the women, the poor, and the excluded. So we support more inclusive policies and mindsets and increase the voice and influence of all, including women, again, the poor and the excluded. Now, gender empowerment is what Filipino Women's Network is about. We're about promoting the active participation of Filipino women in the political, economic, social, and cultural lives. So the picture here is Francine Maige. She graduated from Harvard. Every 2 years, we find the face of Global Pinay Power. And the reason we did that is because Filipino women look different, right? I look different than Francine. We have mestizas, we have a dark-skinned women. So we wanted to come up with the face of Global Pinay Power. And Francine was the very first that we selected as the face of Global Pinay Power. And many of you may know that her pose is the famous Rosie Riveter pose, the woman who was a symbol of women working during the Second World War. So because the men were out fighting in the war. So now, let me just say, so here are some of our accomplishments. We worked with the White House Council on Women and Girls, and they did a survey of women and girls of color, challenges and opportunities. So the first thing that they found was to reduce unnecessary exclusionary school discipline. So this is the public awareness of the impact of girls in schools. They have found that girls of color, meaning minorities, right? We call them girls of color, are highest in being suspended or punished in school. And this is, of course, based in the US school system, right? And because of that, girls of color feel disempowered because they're suspended. They cannot go back to school. So they are immobilized, or they are disappointed, they are demotivated. And so now we're there, the White House Council decided to look into how do you implement school discipline, and are you being fair? Are you being, fair to both boys and girls, and also with gender, right? And then what are the needs? We decided to look into the needs of vulnerable and striving youth. Many of these girls sometimes, especially those from the poor and low-income families, they enter the public system that begins with sexual abuse and trauma. There's domestic violence at home, but they don't know how to seek help. They don't know how to talk about it. And the school does not allow them or doesn't give them venues, an avenue to share their story and to seek help. So also increase access to inclusive STEAM education, not STEM, but STEAM, because we want to include the arts. In fact, there was a study of Silicon Valley executives, and about 80% of those executives had an arts background on their CEOs. So you not just only talk about science, technology, engineering, and math, but you have to put in arts to balance the education. And this is really a way of meeting the 21st century workplace needs and reduce opportunity gaps. Reduce teen pregnancy. This is another way of when girls are punished and suspended, and sometimes, they're at home, they hang out, or they don't tell their parents they're suspended. What do? They have sex. So there's the high incidence of teen pregnancy, which then disadvantages them, right? Because then they have a baby, they have to take care of the kid, or they have an abortion, or they give up their kids. And so they are demotivated. And so the White House Council said, we need to find out, we need to talk about sex education. We need to teach them about birth control and preventive health services, which I grew up in the Philippines. I was raised there. I never had sex education. So, and this is very common for many of the women who come to not to the US, but into Western countries, not knowing about sex education and having these unwanted pregnancies. Economic prosperity through opportunities for job mobility. So here in the US, when you're 16, you can work and be paid with an equitable wage. It's now $15 an hour in many states in the US. It used to be $8 for kids and then $12 for adults, but now you have to pay. You have to, even interns have to be paid now. It used to be free, right? You feed them and they free because they learned something. No. At least not in California. Interns have to be paid also, a stipend at least, or minimum wage. So now this is the gender equality principles. So in collaboration with the department, the commissions on the status of women here in California, we came up with 7 principles. And this is a way of trying to get to the corporations to assess their business practices. So the first one was about employment and compensation. How are you paying your employees? Is it equal to the men that are your employees? Today, you can now reveal the salaries of both men and women. And the idea is to have transparency so that women, although they're still earning 80 cents to $1, they're still underpaid. But this new law now requires that to be transparent about salaries for women and men. That will eliminate.
Can you wrap up in 5 minutes?
Okay. So employment and compensation, work-life balance and career development. So it's very important that the policies of the companies are, following work-life balance, because many women have children at home, right? Or they want, the clock is ticking, and so biological clock is ticking. So they might want to take time off so they can have children and still have the job waiting for them. Health, safety, and freedom from violence. So again, practices in corporations to secure the health and well-being of female workers, and be able to, identify who are going through domestic violence situations in their homes or in their relationships. Again, marketing, supply chain, business practices, equitable participation. Then this is the other one too. Non-discriminatory businesses, supply to contracting, to make sure that women also get the contracts, and especially women of color. Civic and community engagement. So many corporations now allow their employees to go and volunteer with nonprofit organizations and not lose their job. It's actually part of their leadership development. They're encouraged to get involved in the community and be appointed to boards and commissions, because it actually improves the image and the brand of the company. Leadership, transparency, and accountability, to make sure that policies are publicly disclosed. When I was in a management training program for a bank, I did not know what the perks were. I didn't know that there were positions that were not open to me. I did not know that there were perks or benefits that were not available to me. And because there was no transparency, and also there was a lot of secrecy within corporations. So the one other thing that we participated in, this is probably going to be my last slide, is that we participated in the passing of SB 826. It's a mandate to put women on boards in California. It was passed in 2018, and California being the bellwether of everything that happens in the world, SB 826 has been replicated in Illinois, in Massachusetts, Michigan, New Jersey, and Texas. So what this is that California corporations, publicly traded companies with a principal executive office in California must have one woman on its board by the end of 2019, by the end of 2021, started in 2019 and 2021. So have to appoint 2 women on boards of 5, 3 women in boards of 6 or more, and there's a penalty of $100,000 for first violation and $300,000 for second and thereafter. So we estimated 170 board seats in 2019 and 650 board seats for women in 2021. However, last year, AB 979 was signed into law by California Governor Gavin Newsom, which requires publicly held corporations in California to diversify their boards of directors, with directors from underrepresented companies by December 31, 2021, the end of the year this year. So underrepresented communities are Blacks, African-American, Hispanic, Latino, Asians, Pacific Islander, that's where Filipinos are, Native American, gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender. And initially, were not included. So we lobbied, the governor to say, wait a minute, we are underrepresented. So they had to redo the proposal, and now we're included. Let me tell you the results. And this is my last slide from my time. So the result of SB 826, an analysis by a research firm found that all 100 of the Bay Area's largest public companies now have one woman in their board of directors. 21 have not met the requirement, but they still have up to the end of this year. So basically, the major impact in diversifying public company board seats has been successful, right? And what does this mean? That means that a group of women organizations lobbied the governor, that was Jerry Brown at that time, and say, we have to be represented. If you are looking at gender empowerment and gender equality, you need to do something. So this is what inclusion and gender empowerment is all about. You as teachers should come together and come up with your proposals to your bosses and to whoever you need to influence and say, we need this, because the power of many is very wonderful and very influential. And you will not accomplish what you want to accomplish without the support of many. So this is about finding your voice. So find your voice, and then you think you have your voice, develop it, speak up, learn how to speak up, practice in front of the mirror, use a microphone, advocate for others, because you need to have that constituency to support you, and then together amplify your voices and the voices of others. So thank you for having me.
Please pass it on to Sandy.
Okay, so let me stop my share. And one other thing. Can I just do one more thing? Just one more thing, because I do have an action item here, using gender inclusive language in English. Sandy, give me a minute. So this is using non-discriminatory language. Do you say Miss or Mrs.? So when preference is not known, the precedence is given to Miss, MS, so because it's more inclusive. And then avoid gender-based expressions. And you have to start with your students. You know, you don't say she throws or she throws like a girl, she fights like a girl. You don't say thank you to the ladies for making the room more beautiful, or saying to men, they just don't understand. Using pronouns, masculine and feminine pronouns. So you say he, she, her, or his. So when a staff member accepts an offer of employment, he or she must able to assume that the offer is duly authorized. So here are just some sample. If you can do a screenshot of this, here are just an example of gender neutral words. Less inclusive is mankind. You say humankind, humanity, human race. Less inclusive is man-made. So you say it's human caused or artificial. This one is very common. Manpower? No, you say staff member or staff power. Flight stewardess? No, it's a flight attendant. You don't call waiters a waiter or a busboy. You say wait staff or servers or a busser or a bus person. Mailman, policeman, fireman, that's old. The new name is a mail officer, a police officer, and a fire officer. So start changing your language, especially with grade 2 and grade 8 students, because then you are basically embedding in their minds how to be more inclusive in their language. Okay, this is my last slide. So turning this over.
Can you send the slides to AMSI or to me?
Okay.
Okay,
so
Sandy.
I will stop share and hand it over. Oh, there. I guess somebody stopped my share. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm so privileged to be sharing the mandates that we have with Philippine Commission on Women. And as I was listening here with my two mentors, I consider them my mentors because FWN CEO founder Marily Mondehar is so really passionate on honing the Filipina towards global network. And of course, our writer here, Kaisipan founder also Maria Bibi, who showed me the way on how to be part of this book, Disrupt 3.0. I would like to share first my presentation, my personal journey as a servant leader. Okay, my presentation will be two sets. First is my journey as a servant leader from my personal experience up to the time that I was awarded as one of the Filipina Women Network in 2016 in Cebu, behind the scene, up to my journey in Malacanang as the chairperson of the Philippine Commission on Women. Okay, I would like to share my screen and show you some short video. Yes. Can you please remove that you cannot share the screen? Can I share my screen? Thank you. Okay, please watch this.
I remember that day very clearly. I was a first-year nursing student when the ground shook violently. Then the ground shook again, this time bringing down the houses above us and crushing our house. I was trapped for 3 days under the rubble. No food, no water. I thought it was the end of me until sniffing dogs found me and I was rescued. Mabuhay! I am Sandra Sandy Sanchez Montano. I am the 2014 Woman Leader Awardee of the ASEAN Business Awards for the Philippines. I am a survivor of the Baguio City earthquake in 1990 that killed more than 1,600 people, and I'm a proud daughter of a farmer and a seamstress mother. My parents only finished elementary levels. That is why I value education very much. The tragedy was the turning point in my life. And at a young age, I realized how important disaster preparedness is, especially in a country where disaster is a daily reality. So in 1990, I left Baguio for Manila to look for a school where I could study to become an emergency responder. I couldn't find one, so I continued with my nursing education and eventually become a nurse. But because I couldn't forget my traumatic experience, and for 10 years, I led the team that trained more than 100,000 in basic life support, I was also a Rotary International Ambassador of Goodwill to Brazil to observe how humanitarian work is being done. But I wanted to do more. I went to look for training opportunities and found myself trained once more in emergency medical services. Disaster preparedness is the answer to the various calamities that the ASEAN region is prone to. Oftentimes, God uses our greatest pain as a launching pad for us to realize our calling and purpose in life. I have found mine in helping others to be prepared during disasters. The greatest reward of helping others is to see the smiles on the faces of those you have helped. They are my greatest inspiration to go on. As an advocate for disaster preparedness, let us work together to inspire, inform, educate, and empower people to be resilient in the face of disasters.
All right, so that was my history when I've started, 1990. So I would like to share to you my leadership journey. Okay, please allow me to share my screen. Okay, so the first picture that you can see is my journey towards servant leadership. This is my picture when I was a commissioner. I had my oath taking with the President of the Republic of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Okay, after a year, I was already appointed for another position as now as the chairperson of the Philippine Commission on Women. Okay, so I am a farmer's daughter and seamstress mother. When we talk about education, this is what we call a privilege for people in the provinces to be educated, to be given an equal opportunity. That's why I want everybody to know the background and how I struggle up to the time that where am I today. Okay. So I was born, raised, educated, and poverty and disaster was part of my well-being. That's why the my talk about Intensity 7 here in the Strap 3.0 was very inspirational, and this is the life journey that I have. So we know for a fact that especially in DepEd, we encounter a lot of calamities and disaster, and the learners are very much affected. And so with the student from CHED and TEST as well. Okay, but poverty and disaster did not stop me, or it became my passion and my inspiration to continue my productive years. So in spite of the fact that I wasn't the priority, I was given the priority to be sent to school by my parents, because sometimes they will say that if you're a woman, okay, mas priority nila yung mga kapatid na lalaki na mag-aral, na kasi nga, di ba, mag-asawa ka lang o kaya baka pumasok ka lang as katulong sa bahay. But, you know, ipinakita ko talaga how I would like to hone myself and to be a degree holder. So after that earthquake in Baguio City, my parents decided that I should be back to Pangasinan, okay, where I was born, to study there because they could not send me to school. But I begged for them if I can continue my nursing schooling here in Manila, and I promised that I would finish my college, I would be a scholar and everything. So I had a lot of trade-off in order for my parents to allow me to continue schooling. Okay, so during that time, I'm saying that I really had to get my productive years on my education and skills and career. Okay, so this picture was one of those opportunity in college when I was chosen by the government to represent the country in an exchange program in Japan. And since I was lacking some allowances and some money for my education, I worked with Jollibee. Okay, this is the picture when I was third year to fourth year nursing student working as a crew in Jollibee Corporation. And that was 1993 to 1994. Looking back, I would like to show you the next video wherein my family was awarded by the Jollibee Food Corporation 2019. Please watch this. So Jollibee has this yearly search for most outstanding family that has the value and program. Okay.
We set up the foundation because we have seen already yung need to do medical mission and then to help people in the humanitarian service.
The Community Health Education Emergency Rescue Safety Services Foundation was born out of Sandra Montano's personal and life-defining experience.
Was one of the victims of the 1990 killer earthquake in Baguio City. I was under the rubble for 3 days. So I really promised to God na if God would give me a second chance, I promise to do capacity building and at the same time, gagawa ako ng emergency food reserve na pwedeng kainin in times of calamities and emergencies.
Sandra established the Cheers Foundation with her family to help strengthen the local government's disaster response program.
Ang aming training ay about health topics like CPR, basic life support. We also do trainings for nurses, yung advanced cardiovascular life support.
I started doing the hands-on work na. So, for example, feeding program, pumupunta kami sa other communities and minsan nagkakaroon kami ng gift giving.
I think po yung pinaka-greatest benefit po yung kaalaman at edukasyon na nabibigay po na aming programa po na magpaganda po ng kanila pong kabuhayan po.
Happy kami na nakashare kami ng aming kaalaman, natulungan namin sila. And with that, yung tagumpay din nila ay tinuturing din namin success na rin ng Cheers yun.
For 13 years, the foundation has conducted more than 260 training workshops in capacity building and basic first aid, with over 100,000 people participating in these programs. They also completed close to 60 outreach programs, assisting more than 10,000 beneficiaries, in addition to gift giving and feeding programs to victims of calamities.
We bring happiness to different kinds of people in the community. They're all smiling while we do gift giving.
If we are one solid family, chances are when we go to the community, we will be able to inspire and collaborate with them through different programs that we have.
Nagpapasalamat ako sa Montano family sa kanilang suporta na binibigay sa Barangay San Triangle. Ginawa natin activities. More than 200 kids yung nabigyan ng ating mga gift. Maraming kabataan na naturuan regarding sa CPR.
Fueled by the Montanos' passion and generosity, the Cheers Foundation continues its commitment to saving lives through education.
All right, so that was the Montano family in Jollibee Food Corporation 2019. And unfortunately, last year, 2020, up to this time, there was no awarding already because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So looking back, nakita ko yung parang connectivity of what I have done before up to this time. So when I work as a Jollibee crew, ang gusto ko lang noon ay masustain yung aking allowance at saka makabayad ako sa mga extra projects that we have in nursing. During the time that I was a student, nursing was very napakagastos talaga. So hindi ko alam na after a couple of years, because of the passion that I have to continue to educate people to save lives and at the same time to empower women and girls, ang aming konting tulong sa ating country ay mabibigyan ng award at pagkilala ng isa sa mga minamahal nating food chain. And we were surprised also to be receiving a cash amount of money and some gift checks, which we shared sa mga DepEd students in Marawi and different areas in the country. So my story is about the Intensity 7, wherein yun na pala ang prelude ko to social entrepreneurship. So the Intensity 7 was my personal journey from a victim of a survivor of an earthquake in Baguio City until such time that I made a pact and I promised to God that, God, if you will give me a second lease of my life, then I promise na I will do it and dedicate it to humanitarian work. That's why at a very young age, I set up a foundation. It's called CHEERS, Community Health Education Emergency Rescue Services. It's self-funded by me and my family only. So we do outreach program. And then since I am a registered nurse, after we were first, I work here as a staff nurse in St. Luke's. I work as a dean in a college of nursing. And then after that opportunity, we seek work abroad. So nagtrabaho po ako sa Amerika din bilang nurse. Tapos nakita ko na dito sa Pilipinas, kulang tayo sa pre-hospital care. That's why we set up the academy, the Global Cheers Academy, training people on pre-hospital care. So, but if you can see, majority of our students are also foreigners. So Asian neighboring countries started to notice the global competitiveness that we offer. So we set up our Cheers branch in Indonesia, in Singapore, and other countries. Doon ko nakita na, the disaster, the calamity that's happening every part of the globe is the same. We have the same intervention, we have the same anatomy and physiology na dapat pareho ang ating intervention at medical intervention. It's the same, that's what's happening right now with the global pandemic of the COVID-19. It just so happened that, Philippines is a third world country, kaya mas mababa po yung natin. Kumbaga, yung resistance, yung ating budget ay talagang mas mababa compare talaga sa first world countries like we had in US and other countries. So during that time, I saw that we could help by having a platform. So the Cheers Foundation was set up. So we did a lot of relief mission in Mindoro, and then the latest is the Taal volcano eruption. At this time, together with me are the Philippine National Police Special Action Force, because I'm one of the advisory board council now of the PNP. So sabi ko nga sa kanila, ang ating kalaban dito ay ashes. Ngayon, ang kalaban naman natin ay hindi natin nakikita. That's why we really have to empower the young girls, the men and women to be part of the solution during this time of calamities and emergency. I hope to share the CNN Philippines Leading Women video, but since we don't have enough time, I'll just send it to you. Panoorin niyo, it's very inspiring because I didn't even acknowledge myself as a leading woman. Gusto ko lang itong ginagawa ko because for me, my calling becomes my healing. Not because gusto kong gawin to para i-post sa Facebook or anything, but this is my therapy. Every time that there's a disaster or calamity with the global pandemic right now, it's automatic for me to go out and see how can I be of service to our fellow Filipinos. Okay. So during that time, 2015, I was invited to represent the Philippines in the Asian Woman Entrepreneurship Program. So I also become one of the regular writer of Asian community of entrepreneurs that is based in, I think this is based in Indonesia or Malaysia, where the magazine comes every quarter. So one of the articles that I wrote there is Women Entrepreneurs Grows in Strength in the Asia Pacific region. So they always ask, okay, Sandy Montano is a woman leader in the Philippines, but I told them that, we are global citizens, so we are leaders in our own aspect. This is the Asian collaboration that we have. So we are trying to build a program that is locally on training, like this, what we have here in the Philippines. I just want to inform you, Marily and Maria Bibi, that we don't have this professional paramedics, the 911 paramedics that we have in US. We have here are the responders, the first aiders, and the rescuers. That's why I really beg TESDA to come up with a training curriculum. And we are so happy that we have the emergency medical services right now under NC2 of TESDA. Okay, so as I continue, okay, first is I audit myself. Okay, auditing, I came from a poor family. Education is not a priority. And then I build my network. Okay, I have to build myself. I have to build myself from ground, and I have to make them feel my presence. And now I'm ready to develop my platform, to develop the enthusiasm that I have in me. So first is we develop the pre-hospital care. If you can see this slide, we know that Filipinos are the best for Filipino nurses, caregivers are the best for the Philippines and the choice of the world. And we are so happy to share that up to this time, we are known globally as the most caring, loving, and dedicated healthcare providers. That's why in World Health Organization, they always acknowledge the frontliners, the nurses, and special mention are the Filipina nurses. Kaya nga salamat po ng maraming. And at first, ayaw ng nanay ko talaga na mag-nurse ako kasi ang mahal nga daw. Gusto niya, parang pag natapos ka ng high school, okay na yon kasi baka mamaya mag-asawa ka lang ng maaga. Pero ako talagang nag-post sa nanay ko na, ma, hindi, gusto kong mag-nursing. Not because I was influenced by some neighbors. Kasi doon, di ba, pag ang uso doon, pag anong uso, like, lahat nagtitake ng education, lahat nagtitake ng engineering, lahat gusto ng course na doctor. So ako parang gusto ko talaga after I saw yung poverty, tapos minsan pag may nagkakasakit sa amin, parang akala ko kasi lagnat lang. So yun nakita ko na wow, kailangan may healthcare provider dito sa barangay. So my plan, my small dream when I was a young kid grows to be very big with the ASEAN collaboration that we have right now. And here I would like to share to you, okay, update lang po, we've started Global Nursing Care Village in Malaysia. It's now 3 branches. Since the time nag-start ang pandemic, there's a lot of struggle, there's a lot of difficulties because, taking care of an elderly person with disability and with special needs, is very, dapat mahaba yung PC mo. And then, nung nag-start po yung nung pandemic, hindi kami makapagpadala ng mga Philippine nurses or caregivers sa Malaysia because lockdown and everything. And until now. So kahit na struggle po ang ibang industry, ang Global Nursing Village in Malaysia grow into 3 branches in just 1 year. And in the Philippines, we're going to open 4 branches this year. So these are the passion that you have if you're a woman who really think of and focus on what you want to do in life. This picture that we have here is Miss Amy. Sabi nga kanina ni Miss Marily is that, Filipinos are known to be like, sila yung mga domestic helper, sila yung mga parang mga clerk lang or tutor sa isang country. So I met Amy because sinulatan po niya ako. I was already commissioner during that time. So sinabi nga niya yung plight niya, okay, ayaw na niyang maging domestic helper, ayaw na niyang mag-tutor, gusto niyang magtrabaho na different field. But because they lack education, majority of the women in Malaysia and other countries lack education. So I was able to bridge the gap. So pumunta po ako sa Malaysia. I was able to talk with the ambassador and we set up first the nursing school in Malaysia, and then ito na po yung kasunod. So it's not a walk in the park because there's a lot of connectivity and communication that you have, but because of our network in FWN, it really helped us a lot. Okay, so few years ago, like I think 5 years ago, the Cheers, okay, the academy, we were able to set already the online platform. So bago pa po nagkaroon ng mga Zoom, ng mga Google Meet, ng mga meron na pong app na pwedeng i-download sa Google Play sa App Store, ang Cheers Online 5 years ago. So na-foresee na din po namin na there will come a time that we will not be able to move people and they should be educated on their home or kung saan po sila naka-stay or nag-work. So these are the programs that we have in emergency medical services and safety training. Okay, so forward-looking. Okay. When we talk about forward-looking, I've never ever expected in my whole life that a farmer's daughter at anak ng mananahe will be awarded as the first Asian woman 2014 in Naypyidaw, Myanmar. And this is the Philippine delegation. So ani po kaming awardee from the Philippines. And fortunately, out of the 5 awards that was given by the region, first runner-up ang Philippines, yung iba wala po tayo nakuha. And then yung woman leader, yun po ang naiuwi natin. Kaya during that time, I think President Aquino was the President Aquino, and the chairperson of ASEAN noon is si Manny Pangilinan, and they were really surprised that, oh, sino tong nanalo na to? Parang first, sino ba naman ang makakilala sa isang farmer's daughter, di ba? Wala naman akong PR, wala akong parang I didn't make sense in the what we call PR industry, or when it comes to TV or radio or newspaper. I exist because of my passion. I exist because of my, sabihin na natin, my goal to complete my journey because of my second lease of life. So what happened is a history. And then this time, 2015, I was awarded as Outstanding Asian Woman Entrepreneur in Hanoi, Vietnam. This is one of my favorite picture because grabe, parang gandang-ganda ang ambassadors na to sa isang Filipina, considering the fact that noong in-interview po ako, sabi nga nila, what industry you're in? Are you into skincare, beauty care, lingerie, or whitening? Sabi ko, paano ko ba sasabihin yung industry ko? Sabi ko, my industry, I represent the pre-hospital care, safety, emergency, disaster. Everything that you think is not sexy, not demure, not elegant, that's my industry. And then sabi nga po ng yeah, this is thinking out of the box, and this is non-traditional trade for a women, because usually when we talk about women entrepreneur, they are into all the stuff like beautification, whitening, skincare, everything. But of course, I appreciate those who won in the different country. Kaya po, kumbaga, naiiba po tayo nun. Kaya sabi ko, feeling ko ako ang pinakamahaba ang hair on that event. Okay? So this is an event wherein the 3 women leaders, okay, this is Mylene Abiva, kami po yung finalists, Mylene Abiva, Vicky Bello, and yours truly. So kami pong tatlo ang finalist for the women leader in the Philippines, at I'm so happy because in spite of the fact that andyan po si Vicky Bello at saka ang aking buting kaibigan na si Mylene Abiva, yours truly was awarded. That's why pag napansin niyo, ito yung award po natin. Kumbaga napapanahon yata yung ginagawa natin in ASEAN region right now. So next is I represent APEC in Policy Partnership on Women and Economy in 2019 in La Serena, in Chile, as the Best Top Manager awardee, and at the same time as a Commissioner for Science and Health. Doon ko po na-realize na ibang-iba yung perspective natin ng women in the economy compare sa mga US and Australia. Kasi ang sinabi ko nga po noong nag-present ako is that we would like an inclusivity for women in social service and protection for violence against women and children, and then so on and so forth. Parang sila nakatingin sila, hindi na po issue sa kanila yun eh. What they're talking right now is women in engineering, women in ganon sila kagagaling na, ganon sila ka-empowered na. Kaya habang ako ay nakikinig din sa kanila, doon ako na-inspire na sabi ko, tama yung aming network in FWN. We really would like to elevate and break the glass ceiling for Filipino women to come out of their shell and to be part of the global network. Okay, this is the Filipino Women Network Global 2016 Awards, which was founded by, of course, a good friend and a dear person, a very empowered woman. Kahit sino yata, kaya niyang kausapin at makapag-negotiate, Miss Marily Mandehar. And of course, the one who nominate me is Chef Jessie, is the owner of Chef Jessie in Rockwell, and siya po yung chef ni Pope nung pumunta po siya dito, I think 2015. And since the time and immemorial, in 2016, when I was awarded together with these hundreds of Filipino women in the network, I felt so proud. I would like to say it loud that I belong. Of course, the activities and the awards that I had before, after the awarding, parang wala nang nag-femtor sa'yo, wala nang nag-continue, okay? So you're on your own. Sometimes we see each other once a year during the awards. We see each other if there are some events or talks that we have to address. But FWN really hold hand in hand, especially when we launched the book on Disrupt 3.0. I'm so happy to be called an international author of 3.0. Yeah. This was held, I think, October 2018 or sometime 2018 in Rockwell in Chef Jessie. And we are so happy to be sharing our story. Kaya nga sabi ni Miss Marily kanina, hindi para ipagyabang, pero para ma-inspire po ang bawat isa sa atin that a Filipino women can. Kahit na mahirap ka dati, but if you focus on education and having your skills, that's why the first slide of Maria Bibi kanina is that if we educate women and girls, we are investing on the economy of the country and so on and so forth. Not on early childhood pregnancy and so on and so forth. Ito po, I'm so proud of this book, and I'm so proud with my co-authors, and I'm so proud of our editor, Maria Bibi. Okay, so last July, I already celebrated my first year or 1 year as a chairperson in the Philippine Commission on Women. And kanina nabanggit po ni Marily that United Nations Commission Status of Women, I was the one who who delivered the 5-minute talk of the UN CSW Philippines, okay? I would like to share to you. Kaya napakaganda po pala ng collaboration that we can do together locally and internationally to be heard.
To Her Excellency Son.
Okay, good.
Montano, Chairperson of the Philippine Commission on Women. Please.
Excellencies, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen. The Philippines strongly upholds the rights of women to full and effective participation in leadership and decision-making in both public and private spheres of life. 2 women have occupied the highest position in government as President of the Republic of the Philippines, and the current Vice President is also a woman. Women's representation in the National Parliament is at 28%, one of the highest in Southeast Asia and above the world's average of 25%. The Philippines is also among the countries in the region to have the highest rate of women's representation in politics at the local level at 29%. Special measures have led to the incremental increase of women in top-level positions in the Philippines civil service. Women comprise 50.88% of the government's total human resources, and in the career service, females dominate the second level, which includes professional, technical, and scientific positions at 57.59%. The number of females in third-level or executive positions is already at 42%. And the government ensures that appointment and promotion to the career executive service are based on merit and fitness to ensure equal opportunities for both women and men. The government also promotes the participation of Muslim women in the civil service, as well as of women belonging to marginalized groups such as those with disabilities and senior citizens. In the 2-year-old Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, which is a product of a woman-led peace process, the passage of a law creating the Bangsamoro Women Commission was among the first set of laws passed by the Philippine Congress, reaffirming the commitment of the regional government to women empowerment. Despite the gains the country has made, gender stereotypes and values depicting politics as more the realm of men slow down the full realization of women's rights to political participation. The multiple burden experienced by most women in juggling productive and reproductive work also discourages women from taking on leadership roles in the community. Insufficient resources for costly electoral campaigns hinder women from running for elective positions. To address this, a proposed bill in Congress sets a 40% gender quota in political parties' decision-making structures, as well as in the number of candidates that political parties will field during elections. It also creates a fund that incentivizes political parties to achieve the gender quota. The Philippines is continuously strengthening its advocacy campaign to break gender stereotypes and promote women's empowerment and gender equality with the theme, Make Change Work, or MCW. To emphasize that making change work for women necessitates strengthening the implementation of the other MCW, or the Magna Carta of Women, the country's comprehensive women's human rights law at all levels. This year's Women's Month celebration serves as a tribute and a call to action that highlights the extraordinary roles of ordinary women in society as trailblazers and agents of change, especially in battling the COVID-19 pandemic, with women comprising 76% of the country's health providers. Participation and representation are vital in fully realizing the role of women as agents and beneficiaries of development, and in ensuring that governance leads to equal access to resources and to development results and outcomes for both women and men, girls and boys. The Philippines is very much committed to implementing further reforms in a whole-of-society approach to create a more enabling environment for women's political participation. We wish to emphasize that the end goal is not merely to increase the number of women in policy and decision-making positions, but to enable and empower women to meaningfully participate in the affairs of the community and effectively influence and contribute to government policy and decision-making towards the achievement of gender equality and inclusive growth and development. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ayun.
Sandy,
So,
can you wrap up in 5 minutes?
yes, I will.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm in between lunch break and my presentation. So I have last 4 slides. Okay. Anyway, so that was the goosebumps I had when I represent the country in United Nations to deliver the 5-minute statement in the United Nations Commission Status of Women in New York. Okay. So how do I work on with other international partners that we have? So in APEC Policy Partnership on Women and Economy meeting, we always there, and we see to it that our voices are heard. We are not passive. And during the ASEAN Women's Summit, I delivered the cause and the advocacies and the plans that we would like to share with the ASEAN member states. Okay. So locally, I was able to collaborate with some of the agency partners like the chairperson of COA, the Department of Health, with Secretary Bello, with DOST, promoting all gender responsive advocacy and promoting women empowerment. Okay, so one of the good news that I would like to share to you is this is a flag of the, this is the Philippine map, and you can see a different waves here. So kinukumpleto na po natin yan through a partnership with Philippine Textile Research Industry, and with the TESDA and DOST will be having the National Certificate or COC certificate of competency of our weavers. Kasi nga, di ba, sabi nila, kung yung mga gustong magtimpla ng kape, barista, yung mga gustong maging katulong sa ibang country, domestic workers. Paano naman yung mga weavers natin? They are so brilliant, they're so talented, and yet they are, hindi man lang sila ma-professionalize. So this will be one of the work that we would like to share to you. And of course, our campaign on to end violence against women and children, this is an 18-day campaign we had last year and this year. We would like to say that we will be actively involved with the Emergency 911, okay? Ang violence against women and children po ay kasama na sa pwede niyong itawag sa Emergency 911. At nag-train na po tayo. I would like also to have this program under DepEd. So mas marami po tayong VAW responder, mas marami po tayong advocates and volunteers to stop and end the violence against women and children. Okay. And these are one of the things that we do with the local government unit. Okay, this is what we call the Putik Festival in Aliaga, Nueva Ecija. Okay, gusto po namin talagang paglagay ng putik all over. This is Secretary Panelo, but of course because of the pandemic and baka may mga diseases, kaya ganyan lang po with all those dried banana leaves. And of course our continuing effort to get scholarship for women with TESTA program. Okay. So this is VAW campaign, okay? During the time po na nagka-campaign po tayo ng November to December up to this year, ang dami pong struggles po talaga. So nakita po namin the problem, why they are violated, bakit po sila binubugbog, why they are traumatized, because they don't have economic empowerment. So the intervention that we had is through our friends from the private sector, okay? We were able to donate different, I think 160 pieces of sewing machine, because that time po nagpapatahi po ang ating Pangulo ng mask para sa masa. At napakadami pong challenges. Here is a picture we had when we landed this private chartered flight in Mindoro, because we cannot pass through with all these checkpoints. So nag-chartered flight po kami with some friends, generous friends. So we were able to deliver 60 sewing machine in exchange of their Armalize. Ito po yung mga asawa, pamilya ng NPA na talaga pong sumuko in exchange of their livelihood. Okay. So, okay, that is my last, this is my last slide. So I cannot do all this without the support of my PCW family and my chair's family. Okay, this is our chair's family. So I'm so happy to be surrounded, but to be mentored by strong Filipina women. And locally, we're so fortunate also that as the head of the chairperson of the Philippine Commission on Women, I hope that our messaging and our advocacy will be felt not only by the government, but also in the global arena. I don't have enough time. I wasn't able to present to you the mandates that we have in education for Philippine Commission on Women. Okay, just to give you a background, Philippine Commission on Women is the national machinery for gender equality and women empowerment. So if you've heard about gender and development, GAD, that is 5% of your budget in the in-depth ed. Yun po yung programa na dedicated po sa mga activities and programs, webinars that we have under the PCW. And I'm looking forward to really partner with DepEd all regions. Okay, magkausap po kami kanina ni Director March Ballesteros, and she wants this program to be part of the in other regions, to be cascaded in other regions. That's why we would like to have a Zoom meeting with Marily and of course with Maria Bibi to bring this to a highlight, and so that more teachers and learners and our students will be more inspired to move forward. Okay, thank you so much at magandang umaga po, magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, Sandy. Thank you, Marily. Back to you, Amsi.
Okay, Sir Eman.
All right, thank you very much to Ma'am Sandy Montano, Ma'am Marilyn, and Ma'am Maria Bibe. Maraming salamat po for your input and sa lahat po ng learning na natutunan po namin for this morning. So at this juncture, we shall now proceed to the awarding of certificate. Of course, to our very dynamic speakers. So awardan na po natin ang ating po mga speakers for today. Once again, maraming salamat po. Wala po muna nga alis participants because may mga announcements po tayo before we conclude our first day of the training. All right, citation reads, Republic of the Philippines Department of Education, National Capital Region, Division of City Schools, Manila, awards the Certificate of Recognition to, in grateful recognition for sharing her invaluable services rendered as keynote speaker during the webinar on inclusive education for grade 2 and 8 receiving teachers continuing or orientation program held on August 10 to 12, 2021 via Zoom and YouTube platform. Given this 12th day of August 2021 in Manila, signed Maria Magdalena M. Lim, SESO 5, Schools Division Superintendent. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a virtual round of applause to our resource speakers, Ma'am Nina Estudillo.
Sir Eman, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our keynote speakers, Dr. Maria Bibe, Dr. Marily Mondihar, Ma'am Sandra Montano, Ma'am Nina Estudillo, and Ma'am Bianca Anglo, who willingly shared their time, talent, and knowledge for our Filipino public school teachers and educators. The webinar was not meant to be a single event, but a starting point for the challenging work on inclusion that must be done to mitigate the problem of exclusion and gender discrimination once and for all. Thank you for enlightening us. Maraming salamat sa inyong suporta at pagmamahal sa ating mga guro at kabataang Filipino. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. And our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent is still here. Thank you so much for going back to our Zoom webinar. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much also to our participants from all over the Philippines and our district supervisors who are here, and the program management team, the training team that we have today. Thank you so much. Maraming salamat.
Thank you so much and congratulations sa ating mga speakers. Maraming salamat.
Thank you po, Dr. Ailes.
All right, I think we should proceed to the presentation of the certificate to all our resource speakers. All right, maraming salamat, Sir Idroy.
Same citation goes with the
Yes,
other
same
speakers.
citation is given to Ma'am Bianca Anglo. Thank you very much po. Palakpakan po natin sila. We also have our next speaker, the President of Kaisipan Incorporated, Maria Bibe. Maraming pong salamat, ma'am. Also, same citation is given to Ma'am Marilyn Mondihar. Thank you very much, ma'am. And also, we have Ma'am Sandy Montano, the chairperson of the Philippine Commission on Women. So thank you very much once again to all our resource speakers for this morning. Okay, so at this point, dadako po tayo for some announcement, okay? So ayan po, para po sa ating pong hashtag for social media posting, pwede po nating i-post ang hashtag na hashtag SDO Manila Accept Inclusive Education. So once again, yan po yung ating hashtag for social media posting para po sa ating 3-day seminar on inclusive education. Alright, so ito po yung ating evaluation link. So take note po mga participants because ang ating pong evaluation link ay open lang until 2 p.m. And we need your evaluation because dyan po magbe-base po ang ating technical working group for your certificate. Alright, so picture na lang po ang ating pong evaluation link. Thank you very much. So yung pong link natin for the Zoom, yung nakapasok po tayo kanina, same link po ang gagamitin po natin for tomorrow and until Wednesday. Once again, yung pong link natin today, same link po ang gagamitin for tomorrow and Thursday rather. So nandiyan po yan sa mga email po natin para po sa ating pong link or Zoom po natin for tomorrow and for Friday. And also, para po sa atin pong evaluation, evaluate po natin yung pong nakalagay pong lahat doon sa ating pong evaluation form para po malaman po natin anong areas po ang ating pong kailangan pang palakasin at ang ating pong area kung saan po malakas po ang ating pong program for inclusive education for 3 days. Alright? So your personal information, don't forget your name, school, your position, your item. Ang evaluate po natin ang ating registration, the program, the speakers, and of course your comments and suggestions para po sa atin pong mga speakers. And also we have your exit ticket for reflections po. So nandoon po yan sa atin pong evaluation form. And also for tomorrow, ang in charge po natin for our MOL. So make sure po na mabilis lang po yung ating MOL kasi po marami po tayong topics na i-discuss for tomorrow. So take note of our day 2 MOL in charge, Ma'am Frizel De Leon, Ma'am Leia Galvez, and Ma'am Ria Sereno, and your reflections on what transpired or discussed for today. Okay? So yun po, maraming salamat po, Ma'am Amcy.
Okay, so thank you so much for joining us. Yung mga evaluation link nasa chat box, nakikita ko na. So you can just click the link in your chat box. So thank you so much again.
And we would like to announce as instructed po sa atin ng ating pong focal person dahil po medyo nag-exceed po tayo sa oras. So yung pong ating next speaker supposedly ay as instructed po ni Ma'am Amcy, tomorrow po si Sir Chofi ay mabibigay ng kanyang talk at napakagandang topic po yung i-discuss po sa atin ng ating pong district supervisor, Dr. Chofi Leonor Mata. So maraming salamat po sa lahat. Thank you for joining us. We would like to see you again.
First hour po ako, Sir Emma.
Yes, mauna ka, Sir Chofi.
Sige, thank you, Ma'am Amcy.
Okay.
Congratulations sa first day natin.
Okay, thank you so much. Congratulations to our speakers.
Thank you, SDO Manila, for inviting us. Yeah.
We look forward to be your partner, Mama.
Yeah, visit me in PCW. Malapit lang po yung opisina ko sa Malacanang, sa opisina ninyo sa Manila. Visit me in PCW. Yeah. after the lockdown. Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
And
Thank
also,
you so
ma'am,
much.
pasalamatan po natin ang ating pong ang aking mother of the Division of Manila, of course, our very own Superintendent, Dr. Maria Magdalena Emlin.
Yes.
Of course, kasama ang ating apat na ASCSS, Ma'am Melody Cruz, Ma'am Ailes, Sir Araw, and of course, Tony Kasangkapan. And of course, ang ating chief, no, Ma'am Aida Rodilla, and the server, and also our district supervisors, education program supervisors, trainers, and of course, the PWG, and of course, our participants. See you again tomorrow, and happy lunch po sa ating lahat. God bless.
Okay, enjoy your lunch. Stay safe, everyone.
Ma'am Amsi,
Yes.
baka pwedeng medyo agahan natin bukas, pwede ilan kaming speakers tomorrow.
Basta maiksi lang yung MOL natin. Okay. So we will adjust. All right.
Okay.
Open